Good morning. Good morning to everyone. I'm just gonna get this out of the way. Get the hair a little bit better. Doesn't look too good. Gotta get the hair better. Hmm. Is this on the way it's supposed to be on? I can't even tell if it started. Looks like it is. I don't know. I don't freaking know. I don't freaking know. Well, I guess what we should do is we should come over to the good old spreadsheet watching action, right? TC, confirm that you can actually see and hear me. As I look at the YouTube machine, it says playback error, and it says that I'm not on, uh, but my OBS says that I'm streaming just fine. OBS is running the show. YouTube's the one displaying the show, so I'm a bit concerned. I don't know if it's working or not. Am I talking to myself in thin air, or is this hitting you guys? We're good? We're good. All right. Um, I guess that's true. You know what sounds better than four plate benching though? I've recently started doing the old school thing or the bro thing. The thing that I actually just thought was douchebaggy. It thought I'll never be one of those guys. Now I'm calling them wheels, right? Not plates. I do four wheels. Okay, anyway. Lame. All right. Did uh did anyone watch my prediction video that I posted last night or afternoon or morning, depending upon where in the world you're located? Did anyone watch the prediction video and how it came out? Let's see. The Famous Fingers on the Street stage. I don't believe there's any way to see this. I'm gonna go take a peek over here just in case. Let's just see what we got here. I don't think there's any way to see this. Uh-oh. Looks like it's raining there. Uh, if not, someone needs to clean the cam off that I'm looking at because there's got water all over the camera. So we may be looking at some more weather delays. I guess we'll know in a moment. I'm sure. I'm sure one of you guys will know because I'm sure someone is following the Twitter along or following someone who's there or is watching along with Laws and Liz. And of course, Laws and Liz have the connection with the people there. So I don't have to do the hard work. You guys will let me know. I'll be honest. Uh, We got a few minute late start here. I would have stayed in bed if I thought the events were going to be. I got late just because I got out of bed late. I set an alarm on the alarm clock. You know, the alarm clock slash MP3 player slash camera slash everything. And I don't think it went off. Or, probably more appropriately, it was sitting next to me on the bed, so maybe a little furry paw might have touched something in the middle of the night and messed something. But it didn't get me up on time, so I actually woke up, looked at it, and was like, oh crap! And then sprinted in here, only to find out that it looks like it's raining and there might be a delay. Well, if anyone watched my prediction video, you saw how it came out, and that wasn't fake excitement. That wasn't, manufactured for the camera or the channel or anything. I was completely shocked with the way it came out. I tried to answer the questions as fair as possible. But there wasn't a lot of data to go on for a lot of these events. There really wasn't. So even if we look at Yako and Matthew Rag here, I kind of beat them up in the predictions, and I kind of did it for a couple reasons. There wasn't a lot of data to pull from them. What little data I did see in the events, it looked like, yes, the last couple of days of competition really shouldn't have been that surprising to us. The events that they seem pretty good at happen to be qualifying events. There's very, very, very little data to go on with those guys in terms of what we're going to see here. And a lot of the data that I did see pointed to this may not be their best stuff. At least that's what I saw according to the Strongman Archives looking over the events. And we could kill some time and look at some of that stuff together if you guys find that stuff as fascinating as I do. So it was a lack of data, and then also me believing that experience matters. How hard did they go in the qualifier to get to the final? Like, was making the final a victory for some of these young guys? Oftentimes it is. You'll see the younger competitors, once they get to the finals, they don't seem to have the same success in the final that they had in the qualifiers. And with lack of experience, data not pointing it, and then just me believing that maybe they went all out to get there, I sort of counted Yako and Matthew out, and I hope they come out here and just kill it. I hope both of them come out here and put down amazing numbers, do great things, and just totally make a joke out of my mock spreadsheet event run. But that's why I didn't give them a ton of credit throughout. That was my thinking behind the picks that you saw or heard if you watched that video. And even though Brian came out on top he did it by 1 point, and we saw a tie between Mitchell Hooper and Alexei Novikov. Because Alexei did worse in the Atlas Stones than Mitchell, it would have been, in my little mock thing, it would have been Brian 1, Mitchell 2, Alexei 3. That would have been the podium based on the little fake scenario that I ran down yesterday. And I was quite surprised. But I don't care how it came out. I'm still backing the horse that I started with. That's Mitchell Hooper. But I don't know what to think about today and tomorrow, except to say that I wish we could watch it live, because I think this is going to be very, very exciting competition. According to OBS, I'm sharing windows and not screen real estate. I'm hoping that's the case because I'm having private conversations over here, and I hope you guys can't see them. According to OBS, you can't. It doesn't stop me from being paranoid and wondering if I'm blasting my business out in the world for everyone to see. I guess I'll refresh this over here and see what happens. There, now it's showing that it's working. Okay, great. Hey, someone go ahead and answer Bradley in the chat. I would, but I have to let a fur out of the room because someone is walking on my desk. Come here. Say bye bye to everybody. Say bye. Say bye. They're not allowed in here. Peter, get here. For anyone wondering, uh, the dogs are allowed in here, but not the cats because the cats like to jump on my desk and walk on the keyboard and everything else. So yeah, they're not allowed in here. They announced they're gonna swap. Um, a 1 hour delay as well. Well, I guess what that would leave us wondering, or leave me wondering, would be when you're reporting that, what are they going to do instead of the fingers? Hey, come here. Come here. Actually, you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. If we've got a delay here, there's no reason to sit here and stare at a spreadsheet that's not going to give us any information. I'm going to take the dogs outside because this is a good opportunity to do that, right? Right? Agree with me. And if you don't agree with me, then oh well. It is what it is. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Eduardo, I do not doubt you, but I always like to let people know where the source of the information is coming from. Did this come from their Twitter? Did this come from a competitor who was there? Are you on site? Did it come from Laws and Liz, someone else who's live streaming? Where did the information come from? I always like to let people know. I don't see where anyone responded to Bradley, and I don't know if Bradley is still here. But on the off chance that Bradley is still here, the reason is quite simple, and it is they can't. They have exclusive broadcasting deals in place, which means that it's not up to them to show the stream right now. It's up to the TV networks that they've sold it to in North America, and primarily that is ESPN, the deal they have there. And so it's up to them to determine how it gets shown. And they have decided to show everything months later after post edits and everything else. If the Laws and Liz live stream starts in 30 minutes, then I guess the source of the information didn't come from there. So, since I'm not getting some feedback there, I'll just go do a little investigative journalism. We've got some time. Uh, I'll move this over here so I can still see the chat coming in. Good thing I've got an ultra wide screen. It makes this a lot easier. I'll go back here. It still looks not so good over there on the Earth cam. Let's go out to the Twitter machine and let's check out a few things. Let's check the official Twitter. Let's check some information from Eddie and Terry. Let's see here. All right. Yes, here we go. So, according to the Twitter, SBD World's Strongest Man posted about an hour ago. Due to inclement weather, we are asking everyone to stay clear of the competition area and shelter in place. Stay tuned to at World's Strongest and the website for up to date information. So that is from the official SBD World's Strongest Man Twitter account. This was posted at 6:18 a.m. I guess my time. Yeah, so this was posted an hour and 15 minutes ago. An hour and 15 minutes ago. If I would have known this, I would have stayed in bed. um, Due to inclement weather, we are asking everyone to stay clear of the competition area and shelter in place. And unfortunately, I'm not logged in over there. Let me go back here so that you guys can't see me logging into different services. Let me do a little privacy protection for myself here, not compromise myself. It'd be terrible if this guy with these IT security certificates and certifications um, gives away his information on the live stream, right? So let me get logged in on this because I was using a separate browser for that. I will show you guys what I was looking at for those of you who are curious, because there's usually someone who's curious, right? But I want to protect my privacy. and my security. So I'll get everything logged in first, and then I'll get back to sharing that screen. Here now. All right. Everyone can see cute little Colin there now, right? And I guess I could even blow this up if you guys can't see it. That looks okay. There you go. All right. I guess I'll keep that loaded up there and keep peeking in. We'll use that to get official updates from the group themselves. Not that they maintain their Twitter any more usually than they do the other stuff they're on top of. But I digress. We're not going to be in a bad mood today. We're not going to run anyone down or be kind of negative. I'm not going to be that guy, even though I'm usually that guy when it comes to the World's Strongest Man organization. But I'm not going to be that guy today. Not going to be it. We're just going to say, hey, it's a nice resource for us, and we will tap into and use that resource when we can. So in the meantime, again, we've got time to kill. This is a good time for you guys to throw out questions my way. You'll also notice I have a chair waiting right here. If one of you guys would like to come to Missouri, that's the center of the USA for those of you who are not in the know. I got an open chair right here. You could come be a co-host on a J Slow Strength program or something. And someone threw out the idea of brains and bronze yesterday. I think I'm going to try to incorporate this somehow because you know what? I do think I want to cover chess, which means I'm not going to have a channel because people who like chess are not going to tune in for the strongman or powerlifting information. People who like strongman and powerlifting aren't going to care about the chess. So I'm going to drive everyone away, and no one will selectively watch the content that they want. I'll just make everybody mad at me. But it'll be my channel, and I can do that. So, but anyway, if you would like to be part of a program that nobody watches, you got an open chair right here. Come join me. I'll put you on here, okay? Anyway, you guys throw out some not competitions. Throw out some questions. Oh, I'm sleepy. I'm not I'm not severely underestimating Pavlo. I used the data. I did not use guesswork. I want Pavlo to do well. In my top five, he was originally there. I had him in fourth, and I was really jostling between podium, Tom Stoltman, Pavlo Kordiaka. My heart still says, and by heart I mean intuition, I want all of the guys to do well. I don't really root for anyone. But I still sort of intuitively believe that we'll be looking at a podium that has Mitchell Hooper and two Ukrainians. I really think when all is said and done, we might have one Canadian and two Ukrainians on the podium. Um, but when I looked at the events and how everyone has done, it didn't look like it was going to go in Pavlov's way to me. But I, I'm not underestimating him, nor do I want him to do poorly. Um, I think Jay is getting very upset here, or really wanting to defend this position. I didn't look at national data. I looked at international competition data because this is an international competition, and that was very, very important because it's not just about what you do; it's about what you do against that level of competition. And so I don't know. I don't know. Uh, but um, but I say, hey, we could see a podium that's got a Canadian and two Ukrainians on it. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I go back here real quickly. I'm gonna do something. Like, okay, so this is one thing that I want to say. I mean, if you want to say that I'm underestimating the gentleman, or that I'm not giving him credit, and you keep going to the vehicle pool, which is kind of weird. If you're basing it on that, I don't know really what you're basing it on, because I'll go back here and I'll show you something real quickly. If I go to the, if I go to this, and I replace the Twitter with the spreadsheet, you'll see that when I did this, I gave 10 points in the vehicle pool to Pavlo. I said he won the event. Now, again, we haven't done it yet. Um, but I only height, I only, I guess, highlight this because you keep going to that. And, well, I don't mean that you're legitimately upset. I'm saying you're defending the position. Don't get upset that I'm saying you're upset. Work with me here. Talk to me. Anyway, I highlight this because you go back to the polling, and I gave him 10 points here, so I can't give him more than that. I don't know how well he will do, but he will not do better than first place. But I don't really know how any of these guys are doing. None of us really know how they're going to do. That's why we do the competitions. That's why they have to get up there and do it, and they don't trust our guesses. So I'm here to see it. See it. I mean, not get to see it, but learn about it. It's so bogus that we can't watch it stuff. Don't get all offended. It's expressive language. All right. Okay. Go back down here now. Get this out of the way. Get this out of the way. And put this back up. All right. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Um, well, if he does win those, then that will be fantastic for him. Um, so, and if he does do that, then it'll probably look pretty good for my intuition of believing that um, we might see one Canadian and two Ukrainians on the podium. But when I went through the little mock thing, the results that I posted in that video and that you just kind of saw on the screen, they were what they were. And as far as Luke beating Novikov in the shield carry, there are events where he has done just that. Um, and both of them, especially Alexei, this is where we really need more information and more transparency from SBD. Um, all of these guys in the shield carry, and I talked about this in the video. Um, I'm guessing that Banana Hammock didn't watch that video, but I talked about this in the video. The shield carry is one of the hardest things to predict, at least if we're not using fandom and just rooting for guys. It's one of the hardest ones to predict. And the reason it's so hard to predict is all of these guys have wildly different numbers depending upon the shield. Whether it is a bag, whether it's a stone, whether it's some sort of metallic thing, the shape, the weight, the results are all over the place with shield carry. It's crazy. You'll see guys who do first out of a 12 man competition international, and you'll also see them eighth out of 12 or ninth out of 12 2-3 months later in another one. And there could be injuries and stuff that my brain is not recalling. Very, very possible. I don't remember every single competition or who was filling what, but just when you look at the raw numbers, you look at it and you're like, wow, that's bizarre. And then you look at what the implements were, and you'll notice inconsistencies or deviations between what shield was in use at each competition. So it seems like that plays a big one, and I have no idea what the shield is like. I don't know if we have a bag or stone or metal, or if it's the kite shield that I'm expecting or anything this year. I have no idea. I think Tom has a world record in the shield. I believe that's right. And then there are other cases where uh, older brother has bested Tom in heads up competition in that same event. Again, based upon what type of implementation we're talking about for the shield. It's very strange. And yeah, I can pull it back up. Actually, while we have the time going, I could sort of create a little window and blast the information up there from the prediction video for those who didn't watch it yesterday. And you can both hear me say the same thing that I'm going to be saying now because it'll be really redundant and see the results and why I said what I said. But we'll bring the prediction back up here. I'll put this over here. And we can spend the next 20, 30 minutes until results come in with everybody making fun of me. I'm cool with that. This came out nothing like I expected it to. And it was very, very weird because I suspect if I had been doing this live rather than looking at all 6 events, not just naming a podium, not just naming a top 5, not even just ranking them first to 10th. If I hadn't looked at the events, if I had just spoken with my heart and my intuition, it would not have came like this. And even if I look at the events, if I had waited until today to do this and we went event by event, I don't know if I would have ranked them the same exact way. But when I sat here and said, hey, I need to get my predictions out, I need to be brave and risk looking silly and having some egg on my face and also making some picks of just what I feel. Some guys overperform, some guys underperform. It happens every single year. This is what I came up with. And then when I got down to the total points at the end, I was just really shocked. What you see on the screen, for those who are wondering, these are not official numbers. I thought I would point this out because everybody might be coming at a different time. I don't want people coming here and seeing points all across the board and thinking things are over. This is just a what if Jace Man spitballing yesterday, um, doing a fake World's Strongest Man final in my brain. First through 10th on the fingers, first through 10th on deadlift for reps, and first through 10th on the shield. And I really don't even care how it works out because, again, I'm not cheering for anyone, and I'm just a fan of the sport. But also, I'll defend myself and I'll defend my channel. Who else out there is making bold predictions for all 10 athletes for every single event? Who else is doing that? Nobody. Okay, that's not a bad idea. I can do that. I can do that. Fun stuff, right, guys? We love this stuff. Could just be me that loves it. I don't know. How's that, banana hammock? We're gonna go ahead and hide the spreadsheet and get back to Chrome real quick. Yeah, and again, I don't really think it winds up the way that I had done it. Um, but I wasn't gonna change the video to I wasn't gonna change the video to make myself look good or tell people what I thought. I wanted to at least have something to point to, something to say. Well, when I ran the numbers, this is what I came up with, and I didn't want to just pull it out of thin air. Even though essentially that's all I'm doing is pulling it out of thin air. The entire event with me doing that, right, is another example of that. But I decided to let the numbers be what they were and post it out there to the world. So, tis what I came up with. I would be pretty afraid of the rain too. It's not like they're out there slinging, you know, licorice or chicken nuggets. We're talking about working with some pretty massive weights. And if you have any gym injuries, and I definitely do, I don't think I'd want to be out there in the rain fighting super heavy, massive objects when they're slippery and wet. I want them to stay safe. Back here and check the Twitter machine real quickly. Uh, we're going to do a refresh here because I don't know if that's auto refreshing or not. If it is, nothing new since 6:28 local time, which would be 7:28 or 7:30, about a half hour before, or I guess a half hour after they were supposed to get started in their time. Um, 7:30, half hour before. Yeah, half hour before. Uh, and and they do say if you guys want to get there, they've got seating for you. So if you guys want to leave here and go to Myrtle Beach, now's the time. You've got time before the competition kicks off. Feel free to get to Myrtle Beach. Little lightning will clear the pack, and structure we're gonna stop. This is true, but I like the idea too that you could make an argument, I suppose, that it could separate the men from the boys, or you can make another argument that it will separate the intelligent men from the not so intelligent boys to compete like that again. Uh, I I could just see a YouTube video of them out there competing in the rain, guys having their legs broken or shoulders pop out of place, slipping and falling and breaking their backs. I can just see another YouTube video or another meme of these big, strong, tough guys getting hurt playing in the rain, and there'd be another video of reason number 862 of why women live longer than men. I can just see it's a meme waiting to happen. Well, as I mentioned in the video yesterday, in spite of the predictions coming out the way I started out saying there is no way on earth Brian Shaw is winning World's Strongest Man. He's not getting his fifth title. I know everybody wants it's not going to happen. I still feel that way. I just could not. I just and I didn't think he was doing that well. He got really a couple decent events in there, but what kept him high was we don't know. There's so many of these events that these guys haven't done on an international level. A lot of guys who are having down years this year, and basically it almost looked like Brian's path to victory there when I did it yesterday was sort of the Martins Lisi's path to victory. It was he just consistently put up numbers in the fake competition throughout. It was, a third place finish, a fourth place finish to come down but be upset and picked back up by one really good finish, like a one or a two. He just sort of, in the fake example that I ran through, he was never really the guy at the top of the leaderboard, but he was just hanging around there, picking up points, and then he took the trophy when I added everything up. It was strange. So I had Trey coming in fifth before everything. I think I still had Trey fifth when I was done with everything. I'm not sure. Let me double check that. I don't remember everything, to be honest. Uh, I think Trey went. I predicted fifth. I think he wound up fifth. Uh, yeah, I had Trey Mitchell coming in fifth place. Um, in my fake made up means nothing to nobody world. Uh, that's how I had it, which is going into the week exactly where I thought he would wind up when all was said and done. But I would listen to arguments. I would listen to compelling arguments. I think you can make them. You can't. You have to have a better reason than I want this guy to win, or hey, I think so, or hey, if you don't believe this, you're stupid, or ha ha, dummy. You have to have something more than that. But I think you can make a realistic reason why like five or six of these guys could win the whole dang thing. Um, let's see, one, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, I think you can realistically make a re, a real argument. You could defend the position where six of these guys, potentially even a seventh, eh, but I think you can make a realistic argument where you could see six of these guys winning this whole dang thing. I cannot remember the last time I felt that you could realistically say that about a World Strongman final. And I can't speak for anybody here. I'm only speaking for Jace Love's strength. I think that makes it exciting. I really wish they were showing this live. I really wish I could be there live because I think you can make a compelling reason, like I said, that a lot of these guys can win. And and if you can make an argument that over half of your field could pull off a victory, you've got the makings of a pretty dang good final. And as much as I'm heartbroken for Bobby Thompson and everything else, and I really am, Bobby really, I don't like groups, really don't like Stoneoffs. Just, I feel totally bad for Bobby Thompson. But when all is said and done, when you wind up with a final where half of your field could potentially win the thing, you could make another realistic argument that the right guys are there, at least at the top of the order. far as the argument between static strength and more like racing medley, so again, I guess what Chantel is saying is very much the traditional position, and it's the stuff that I enjoy the most. It really is. And if you're trying to build an event to make me, I would sort of agree. If the goal is to make Jace happy, or to just look at things, but I disagree with the community, even though the community agrees with my position and thinking. I still disagree with us when we kind of look at it like those events don't really belong there. I do look at them as a test of strength. I think that is an incredible test of strength to see how the body moves under big implementation and how quick the body can move under big implementation. If we just look at it from a science standpoint, if we talk about like force, it's not just about it's not just about statically taking something from at rest to moving it, but it's about how much momentum can you generate. How long can you keep that train going on the track when you have that kind of weight friction holding you down. I do think that speed and endurance under load, that's the thing here, is a testament of strength. It's not the stuff that speaks the loudest to me. It's not the stuff that I am giddy about. It's definitely not the stuff I'm good at. I'm slow and very. I'm the opposite of agile. Um, I have no endurance, no stamina. I get tired really, really quickly, really, really easily at everything. If it's just, hey, lug, pick something up heavy, put it down one time, I can do that. If it's keep doing it or show that you can do it for a while, I can't do that stuff. If it's, hey, get out there and run with this stuff, I can't do it. Um, and I do think it is a test of strength. Let's see here. Should change the rules. 1 point extra for the winner. 1 point. 1 point extra for the event winner would be more fairness for athletes like Mateusz, who would win 3 out of 5 events, but overall. Okay, so Liberal Cathedral. I have a question for you there. Um, I have a question for you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I rarely say people are wrong unless you just don't put an argument. But I don't really see what the argument is here, so I have to pump it back to you real quick. Why do you think we should get 1 point extra for the winner? Is it because you value a win so much so that you think that if you get a win, you deserve an extra point, and that's an incentive to go out there and shoot for first place, rather than maybe play the point positioning game? Well, I only need to pick up 8 points here or a second place thing. Do you think that giving more points for the win would encourage guys and make an incentive for people to not play it safe and shoot for it? If you want to say you get extra points for that, and that's the thinking behind it, you could probably rally behind that. If we want to say it's because some guys may do bad at some events and be at the bottom, and they might do good at other events, and then that seems to me like you're doing them a favor. It sounds like we're at that point we're penalizing people who are all around performers and giving an advantage to guys who are more specialists. Well, you're good at this, you're good at A, B, and C, but you stink at D, E, and F. So we'll go ahead and reward the stuff that you're good at. That doesn't seem fair either. I do think you should get credit for being an all around performer. So you'd have to explain the logic to me and why you want to do it. Um, so we've got a question about Wide Pavlo. Um, do I see him as a potential winner in the next few? I see a lot of guys as the potential winner. Um, but I think I think if you really want my opinion, I think the right Pavlo is in the competition is the guy that we should be weary of for the next few years. Um, I would back Kordiaka. Um, Wide Pavlo, it's fine, but but I also think sometimes we we're all fascinated by behemoths. We're all fascinated by monsters, and they all when we see them, we all give the jaw dropping thing. It's like, uh, and I do believe that size matters. I've never been one of these guys that says it doesn't. But we have seen time and time and time and time again that you don't have to be a mass monster and you don't have to look like you're carved out of granite and you don't have to win a bodybuilding competition to do well at these things. Um, I have no disrespect uh, to Wide Pavlo, and I don't want anyone to hear. I think he's a very, very talented strongman. Um, and I would not be at all surprised to see him win a title at some point. But if you ask me which of the two Pavlos do I think will enjoy a better career, or who do I think will put up more podiums and wins in the recent years, I'm actually going to say Kordiaka. So Liberal, do you have any comments after what I said regarding extra points to the winner? Um, yeah, do you want to clear? Here we go. Boom. As if on cue, the question comes in as I'm asking. Couldn't have done any better. Yes, and Kurt, super dominant performers are more valued. Like Mitch on the yoke, who was I think like 12 to 15 seconds faster than second. Um, yeah, I think to incentivize it, extra points like that could it could make guys get out there and go for it more. Now there's a to every argument there is a counter argument, and I try to be as fair as possible. A lot of people hate this about me, to be honest, because they feel like I'm being wishy washy, and I'm not. I'm really trying to be thorough and trying to do stuff in the interest of fairness. But you can make an argument. I don't like this argument. I do not like this argument, but it's a fair argument. You could also make an argument that by incentivizing stuff like that and making guys get out there and run like that, you also run the risk of guys getting injured a lot more frequently. You know, that they throw caution to the wind trying to pick up extra points for first place finishes, and as a result, um, it, the sacrifice that they make is on their body to their own physical detriment. You could certainly make that argument, and I believe there could be some validity there. I still want to see guys get out there and give their all in everything they do. I don't care if the sport is strongman, tennis, or chess. I want to see people give max effort 100% of the time. That's what appeals to me. But I understand that there's always a counter argument to every argument that we put up. There's probably 6 or 7 other counter arguments to that specific one that I hadn't thought. Other than, again, where I think that you can reward people for being all around performers. Maybe you don't get there, but maybe you do deserve to be the world's strongest man, even if you didn't get any first places, because maybe you're not the best in the world at anything, but you're super, super good at an event. So, for instance, maybe you're not the best deadlifter in the world. Well, this isn't the World Deadlift Championships. This is the world's strongest man. So maybe the world's strongest man is only pretty dang good at deadlift, but he also happens to be pretty dang good at everything. And when you add it all up, he is the world's strongest man. Maybe not the world's best Atlas stone carrier. Maybe not the world's best finger flipper. Maybe he's not very good at flipping fingers. Uh, um, but maybe he is the strongest man on the planet because he happens to be super strong at everything and really good at everything. You can make arguments in any direction you want. So again, we'll go back to the whole idea of static strength versus more of like the endurance and speed events. Because I do believe that speed under load, endurance under load, and of course static lifts, I do believe that they are all elements of strength. I think to really get a true answer to the question of who is the strongest man on earth, we'd almost have to do something that would make nobody happy, and that's that we really need to have like 12, a big long week long thing, 10 or 12 events, and it should have a good mix of everything. There should be some max weight, total static strength, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Who can pick up the heaviest crap in there? There should be who can move the quickest under a heavy load, and there should be some. How long does your strength hold out? What is your pain threshold like? Yeah, you're strong for a second, but does your strength endure? I think we should have events that really put all three of those things to the test every time out, especially on the World's Strongest Man stage. We probably need more events to prove it. I guess you could divide it two, two, two. But I'd like to see more events, and I'd like to get rid of the groups, and I'd like to get rid of stone offs, and I'd like to get rid of all this stuff. And now I'm just being redundant because you guys have already heard me say all of this 50 times before. It's probably no more fun to hear me say the same thing 20th time than it was the first. Back here now and see if we have any more info. Uh, Looks like we still don't have any more information from the official Twitter. Let's see. Do a refresh on the 2023 event schedule. Anything up here yet? Okay, according to the official thing, it looks like they're going to say the shield carry will be next at 9:30. So that's 15 minutes or so. Uh, they should update their Twitter since that's real time information where people would go. But at least they put it out there. They've got it on their. I guess I need to make the. Why is this like this? It's really not on the screen very well. Oh, I know why. It's because of the stuff over here, and it's set up for the Strongman archives, not for this. I almost need to put that in another window. Um, hmm. I guess I could drag this over. Nope, I cut it off there. Well, phooey. Um, anyway, guys, I'd have to change everything to show it to you. But they are saying that the shield carry will be the first event, and it will take place in about 15 minutes. That's per uh, this right here. I'll send you guys the link of where I'm getting the information from. I know a lot of people don't like Colin Bryce. I really try not. Um, I, I'm going to be a hypocrite. Newsflash. Sometimes people are like, "Oh, I hate hypocrites." I have some bad news to you. If you're a person who says you hate hypocrites, you hate yourself. We're all hypocrites. Every person on planet Earth is a hypocrite. It's not a matter of if you're a hypocrite or not. It's just a matter of what subject matter does it show up in. We all are hypocrites. We all have double standards. I could ask you 100 questions if you don't think you're a hypocrite, and I can probably prove that you are. I'm a hypocrite. We're all hypocrites. It's just a matter of, again, like I said, where does it show up? Where does it display itself? So I'm going to be a hypocrite right now. I'm getting ready to say I don't really like to sit around and talk bad about people or be negative about people. But anyone who has watched my content knows that I sure do love me some Evan Singleton, don't I? But even then, I don't wish anything bad on Evan. Uh, and it's not so much that I don't like him. His personality just turns me off. It rubs me the wrong way. It irritates me. But I don't have anything against him. I just wish he would conduct himself differently. But I guess that is having something against him, right? Again, there's that hypocrisy. I don't know. Um, but as far as if I don't think I want to go the route of mention names and then me tell you how I feel about them or what I think of them. I don't really think I want to go that way. That doesn't seem like the gentlemanly way to conduct this. Uh, well, then we have something interesting. Um, again, I like I like coming back. I like dialogue. That's something I don't like about today. It seems like if you have a discussion with people, people are afraid of discussion. If you have a discussion, or if you have a counter opinion or counter thought, people think you're being rude or hateful or you're arguing. Whatever happened to just talking about things? We just want live in a world with a bunch of yes men. So as far as Colin wanting to be one of them, I'm not saying he's one of them. It depends on how we define one of them. But you could make an argument that Colin is one of them. He has competed. Um, so, you know, it depends on how we define, again, one of them. I'll do a little something over here real quick. It's not exact. Yeah, I'll go ahead and bring this up here. Only because it was just brought up, and because some people may not know. You may or may not. I don't know. If we look at Colin Bryce, um, we have one national competition listed here. It's the 1999 Britain's Strongest Man, where he finished seventh out of eighth. And this is one of the things I, again, love about Strongman Archives. I don't plug myself, but I'll plug others. So, again, Strongman Archives. If you're a fan of this sport, bookmark this strongmanarchives.com. There's no better resource than this if you like data. If you're a real strongman nerd, and and you want to know information, there's no better place to go. It's an ads-free experience. They don't charge. There's no paywalls. This is just something they do because they love it. Um, Go tip them. Go make a donation on their page if you love this sport. But you can actually look at these events. 99 Britain's Strongest Man. I can look here and see how everything happened. So we have an 8-man field, and we can see Colin finished last in the carry and drag. He finished last in the truck pull. He finished, let's see, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2. So he finished fifth. He finished sixth in the Atlas Stones. He finished seventh in the Viking Press. He finished last in the deadlift hold. In the Husafelt Stone, he finished second. And in the medley, he finished second. So, I didn't watch this event. I don't know what the heck. I don't know if this is the order they went in. I'm assuming it did. Maybe they just put it in any kind of order they want. But he started out really, really, really slow, built himself a nice hole, finished seventh overall. But he was probably looking at a dead last place finish. But he answered at the end. He got two. He ended the thing with 2 second place finishes. So um, whatever. But if anyone's wondering, there's Colin Bryce's national and above strongman history. And nothing else on the Twitter machine. I'm going to refresh the event schedule on the official page. It still says 9:30 Eastern, so 8:30 my time. So it still says we're 7 minutes away roughly for the shield carry to kick off. I'm going to give you an old wrestling heel answer to that, Jay. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That's the old wrestling heel expression. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I love pro wrestling. Like being a heel in real life would be so much more fun than being a nice guy, because that's what I am in my day to day. I'm the nice guy. And we know how nice guys do with the ladies. Not very good. Nice guys finish last in a lot of places. And we don't get to have that much fun. Heels get to have all the fun. I should be a villain. I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna become a villain. I'm gonna become a villain. Who should I take down first? You guys, I don't know who's here. I don't know what you guys saw yesterday. I don't know who's watching. I don't know how many. Let's see. How many does it say we have here? Says we got 30. So don't have a ton of people here right now. Um, but I'll ask you anyway. Out of those of you who are here, did you see or listen to us talk, discuss uh, the big stone off battle between Rauno Haimla and Brian Shaw yesterday? I mean, Rauno really did not give it to Brian. He fought Brian had earned a chance to be in the final. We'll also be curious to see how that affects Brian, if at all, how much it took out of him. But I want you to think about this right here. Speaking of villains, heels, everyone knows how, whether you think he's going to win or whether you think he's going to do well or not, it has nothing to do with that. We're talking about how well people are liked. Everyone knows people love Brian Shaw. They love him because of his success, his longevity in the sport, the fact that he's a helpful guy out there and showing other guys how to do things. The fact that he just seems like a nice guy. And he's back for his final competition ever. His final World's Strongest Man. He'll never compete World's Strongest Man again. He's only got one more competition ever, and that's the Shaw Classic later. Everybody wants to see him there, regardless of how he does. Everybody wants to see him in the final. Can you imagine what level villain Rauno would have been if he would have upset and defeated Brian Shaw in that stone off? It's like he would have earned the right to be there. It would have been impressive. Uh, and it would have been a heck of an accomplishment to applaud, but he probably wouldn't have got too many pats on the back or attaboys. Everybody would have hated him for beating Brian Shaw. He would have been the villain of the 2023 World's Strongest Man. Who do I reckon was the best pound for pound strongman? Yoko or someone like? So I guess we're talking all time. Hmm. I could come up with some names. Um, but it's tough to say pound for pound too because we can't only look at weights. We also have to look. I believe you might have a different opinion, and that's fine. But I believe we also have to look at what the average size of the athlete when they're competing is. Um, and I think it's really hard to look a whole lot further than this guy. What Alexi has done, being undersized. You know, if you're 6'1", 300-pound man, you're definitely not a small guy, right? You're not undersized anywhere you go on planet Earth, unless you're at an international strongman competition in 2018 plus. Um, I don't know. We could talk about 7 or 8 different guys I think that you could put up there, but I'm gonna give some credit to Alexi. I really am. I really am. I really am. One thing I think is interesting too, and I do this. My favorite strongman of all time, Bill Kazmaier. We have a tendency, as I think, as humans to do this, especially um, we have a tendency to really admire the past, and we turn a lot of the legends into the sport. We make the legends even more legendary. We elevate them to such mythical proportions that they can't be caught. I could talk about all kinds of different sports. The best examples that we could talk about, the best example of all is basketball, Michael Jordan. There's something happens in us that when someone becomes the greatest of all time, it becomes very, very difficult for anyone to do anything to change everyone's mind. Once you become the greatest of all time, it's near impossible to wrestle that away from you. And so Bill Kazmaier, he's up there for me. But if I remove my bias, I can acknowledge that there's a lot of other guys that not only deserve to be a part of that conversation, but might even be better. But I would love to have seen Kaz compete against them. Um, so, so why am I bringing that up, Leo? I'm bringing it up to say that, um, and if we're talking about the greatest ever, we can give answers, but I truly believe in sports in general, the answer is still to be decided. I always believe the next crop is actually better than the previous crop. I say this as an older guy. It works against me, but I believe that sports evolve, training gets better, our species improves, we have better nutrition, we have better training, we have better recovery, we have better everything. We get to learn, we get to benefit from those who were there yesterday. We get to learn from their pluses and minuses, the things that they did right, the things that they did wrong. And so I always believe, to be honest, that the best is yet to come. And I think there's a logical argument for that. But our brains and our hearts work against logic. We look more fondly on what the people did yesterday than what the people are doing today. It's just the way we work. And unless something has changed, the shield carry should be underway now. So soon we'll stop hearing me just ramble about nothingness. And we'll start to see some stuff on the spreadsheet. In theory, I'm going to give it another refresh over here. Okay, Kaz was also a loudmouth like Evan. What is the factor that you like Kaz and dislike Evan? Um, I guess what I would say to that is twofold, maybe threefold. I don't think that their attitudes or demeanors are that similar. Kaz was braggadocious. Kaz was loud and boisterous, but it was usually just put himself up, not so much slam and put others down. It seems like Evan's best way to talk himself up is by insulting and putting others down, which I don't really dig. Another big thing, in my opinion, that separates Kaz and Evan is it's called getting it done. It's called walking the walk. Evan, by and large, does a lot of talking, but he doesn't do that much walking the walk and backing it up. Kaz said something and then went out and did it. I don't mind if guys are confident. I don't mind if guys get out there and talk about what they do or what they're going to do or confidently, you could even say arrogantly, brashly if you want, brag on themselves a bit. I'm not turned off by that unless that's all they do. Um, Kaz also showed willingness to be humble at times and congratulate other guys, but he also used it as a fuel. It was pretty rare. Someone bested him, he got angry and he wanted to come back and beat them later. And he used his drive to do that. But what you didn't see, and this could be again me remembering guys more fondly, I could be a victim of what I was just talking about. But I don't really remember Kaz really being rude to people, really talking down to people. He did a lot of talking Kaz up, but it wasn't talking down to people. When I think about Evan, it seems like, yeah, he talks a lot about Evan, but he also can't help himself. It's insult everybody, talk down to everybody. That to me is the separation. That I don't like. And that he doesn't seem to get it done. I don't know. Again, it's just my opinion, which means nothing. And just generally, this kind of goes to what Leo's talked to, like charm, whatever. There are people who like Evan. So different people like different things. But to me, he's just genuinely not very likable. He's just a hard guy to like. But I'm not supposed to like him because if I like him, he and I can't make any money in that last man standing match. And I'm counting on that to help with my retirement. I still haven't decided if we're going to go tables, ladders, and chairs or Hell in a Cell. I feel like a cage match of any type would be good, but Last Man Standing sounds good too. We could do an Iron Man match, but then we would both be exhausted after about 45 seconds. So that's probably not the ticket. But he and I have to find some way to settle this. I agree, and I posted that on his channel yesterday. He shared a video about his rookie year in the sport, and I believe it was his mother had said to him, "I didn't catch it. I should have, but I believe it was his mother." But the question was posed to him. Some people think that you're really arrogant. Some people think that you're humble. What do you attribute that to? And I thought that Mitchell Hooper had a very honest, sincere answer and a good way to think about it. He said a lot of people just don't like confident people. A lot of people are made uneasy by that, and a lot of people don't like someone that could say that they're going to come out there and do something. And I don't lack confidence in myself. So he didn't really. What's great about it is I think his answer was humble in that he talked about why people might have that arrogant opinion of him. He did not defend the position of humble or address humble, which to me is an element of his humility. To me, the fact that he didn't address being humble kind of shows that he's humble. Instead of saying, "Oh, I'm not arrogant," he went ahead and defended or explained why someone might view him as arrogant. To me, that helps show that he's not and that he is humble. So I agree. I think that Mitchell Hooper is incredibly humble. Um, and you know what I also think Mitchell Hooper is? I think he's disciplined. I think he's disciplined. And so, at least at this point in his young career, who's to say what will happen over the next few years or whatever? But he seems really grounded and he seems really disciplined. He doesn't seem one to concentrate or rest on what he has achieved or he's very forward looking. And in doing so, he's constantly looking inward to say, what does he need to improve? What does he need to change to reach that next level? He's constantly looking for chinks in his own armor, and I think that's another aspect of humility, but it also is an aspect of discipline and growth, which I think again means that he's got a very bright future ahead of him. Evan may be a showman, and I don't tell anyone who to like. If you like Evan or whatever, go right ahead. I find him very, very difficult to like. And if he's a showman, I don't think he's a good showman. All he does to me is makes me want to turn the channel and turn it off. If he's a showman, I don't like his show. And yes, I watch Laws and Liz constantly. I hear them talk about how Evan is different there than he is in. He's different in competition than he is in person, and once you turn the camera on, he changes. I've heard all that, but I don't know him. All I know is that camera persona, and I don't like it. And it does seem. I mean, I won't say that it seems genuine. It does seem fake. It does seem manufactured. But to me, that's what makes him not a good showman, because a good showman convinces you that they're authentic, that they're real. A good showman should convince you that it's not a show. Every time I watch Evan, I feel like he's he's a phony. He's putting on, and it just rubs me the wrong way. Everything about him rubs me the wrong way. But he might be a darling, and I like Laws and Liz, and I respect Laws and Liz. But that doesn't mean that I am going to have the same opinion of everybody that they have either. You, me, them, Everyone in the chat. We could walk into a room with 100 people and we might all leave spending a week together with completely different opinions of every person there. I don't think it's stupid to want fame because a lot of times fame comes with money. Uh, I just, I don't know. I just don't like it. I agree that it's an act. I don't think it's a. He's a showman because again, a showman makes me want to watch. He makes me want to not watch, and I want to not watch because of everything I've talked about. And it looks so made up. It looks like a production, and he really looks like oftentimes he's trying so hard to be witty, so hard to be funny, so hard to be clever, and he just isn't. I watched him playing I Spy with Brian, and I was just like, seriously, like I don't know. I guess Here's the best way I would describe Evan to me. I don't think he's a frat bro, but I think he wants to convince everyone that he's a frat bro when I don't know why anyone would want to be a frat bro to start with. I don't think you should aspire to be a frat bro. I don't think he's a frat bro, but I believe he wants to convince you that he's a frat bro. That's my summary of Evan Singleton. And that kind of, again, this goes back to the previous question, I guess. This is the last thing I'll say about this. I'm going to turn the Evan Singleton channel off. But again, I was asked, why are you pro Kaz and anti Evan? We talk about the loud and the confidence factor. I'm not comparing Mitchell Hooper to Kaz or Mitchell Hooper to Evan in terms of being loud. But what Mitchell Hooper is really, really confident. And he will go out there and say he's going to win these events and make bold predictions. But I still maintain he's incredibly humble for all the reasons I said. So it's not about self belief, it's about presentation, and it's about the way that you treat others. And I'm done. We should have some information, guys. Let's do another refresh on the Twitter machine. Nothing there. If this hasn't changed, we should be seeing our. It still says 9:30 for the shield carry. That's Eastern time. That's 15 minutes ago. So yeah, we should be seeing some information coming here. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this and bring up the live events over here, which I'll have to probably make another scene so that you guys can see this. So I'll have to make another scene so that when we flip back and forth between Strongman Archives and WSM, they'll both fit the screen properly. So I'll build that out in a moment. Probably have to go into studio mode so that you guys don't have to watch me build it on the fly again, because I know it's no fun to watch me sit there and move the set around and change elements and see nothingness, and what you guys just want to see the presentation. You don't want to see how it's made. So I'll probably have to go to studio mode to give you guys something different to look at than what I'm doing. Okay. Do we have any other questiones? How many people are tuned in right now? Roughly about 40 of you are watching us live. Oh, it went down. As soon as I said that, it went from 40 to 30. So you don't like being told how many are here, or you just decided to bail. I think what I want to do is I want to get to 1,000 subscribers in the next month. So maybe I'll post more content and hope that you guys like, follow, subscribe, share, all that fun stuff. I got to get to 1,000 subscribers so that I can start doing something with this. I got to give myself an incentive. That's what I need to do. I think I missed a question, didn't I? Sorry. I missed the silly question. I apologize, Leo. Let's go back and read it. Probably a silly question, but it popped in my mind. If you were to compare strongmen to boxers, how would that stack up? Pujanowski equals Tyson. Shaw equals Lewis. I guess that's John Paul Sigmarsson. Is Ali? Um, I don't know if it's a silly question or not. I don't know that I can answer it though. I wouldn't compare strongmen to boxers. I don't know how to answer your question. We're it's tough for me to even contemplate really, uh, and to figure out what comparison you're asking for. But I'm inclined to not believe that because I definitely wouldn't look at Pujanowski and Tyson. I don't make that comparison. Um, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea how to compare. Big G Dub says the weather looks pretty bad. Are you still watching the cam? I turned that sucker off. There it is. On the cam, it doesn't look that bad. It looks really windy. I guess I should pull up the good old radar and play meteorologist Jace. Weather.com. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Beach hazard statement. Ooh, they got a beach hazard statement. Avoid the subject event as per the instructions. Okay, great. So look at the radar. Now, okay, let's look at the hourly thing here. There is a possible risk of severe weather today. Storms likely to end around 11:30 a.m. So it says storms are likely for the next 2 hours. More storms possible later. So currently it's thunderstorming at the top of the hour. A little over 60% chance it'll still be doing that. And it'll stay right around a 50% chance of rain for the next hour plus. And then it drops to about a 20% chance for about 3 hours after that. And then it's basically guaranteed to start raining again. So, don't know how severe this will be. They'll say thunderstorms, which usually means not just rain. I don't know. We might be sitting here, guys, with a whole lot of nothing to do today. Yeah, we might be sitting here with nothing to do. It's a shame that there's not a ton of money in the sport, which makes it hard to get like indoor stadiums and things like that. Those cost so much money. And then they don't generate a ton, especially because we don't turn these into real spectator sports and all kinds of things. So it's a shame. It's a shame. Any updates to the Twitter machine? No. So I know a lot of you guys watch me and Laws and Liz at the same time, which I'm not sure how you guys can focus on stuff like that. You guys are amazing. I'm a little too scatterbrained to do something like that. But again, Laws has hookups and connections that I don't have. With any of his connections, are you guys hearing any information that you can share with the rest of us about more delays or if they've actually gotten started or what's going on? Do you have anything that you can report to share with the rest of us? Are they talking about it? Are they giving anything? Much as I hate to say it, Banana Hammock, I agree. It's hard for me. It's not impossible. It's hard for me to argue a victory for Evan. Like it's hard for me to argue that he wins it all. You could, but it's not at all hard for me to argue that he's on the podium. Which is why earlier I said I can see six of these guys, maybe even seven. Evan was the guy that I was thinking about there, where I can definitely see him getting enough points to be on the podium and make me smile. uh, you could make an argument even that he tops it. Um, I think it's a tough one, and I think he not only has to do well, he has to hope. Evan only has to have a really good competition and do super great at the things he can, but he needs other guys to fall down. He needs other guys to underperform, I believe. Um, but I could see him. I could see him making the podium. Facebook shield carry now at 2:30. Have they updated it over here and on their website? Haven't updated Twitter. Go to the event schedule, and it says something. Kind of. It says that the website is really slow to reload. That's what it says. We might have to wind up just turning this off because they don't do anything today. Either looks like their website went down or my internet connection just died. One of the two. I don't know if we're still streaming or not. Well, hmm. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is weird. I mean, according to YouTube, I'm still streaming. It's still up. I still see your comments coming in. Every website that I try to load right now, though, isn't loading. So it doesn't look like I'm having internet connection issues, but it almost looks like the whole rest of the world is. Um, I'm even hesitant to answer questions right now because I don't know for sure that you guys are getting this. So I don't want to have to go back and re answer the same questions in a second. So weird. Okay, Twitter is working for me. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess I'm up. Chris B, you can hear me, right? If Chris B says that I can be heard, I guess I will answer that question. All right. It's kind of weird. So many sites down. Um, all right. So, does the weather change my predictions? In order to answer that, I really need to look at my predictions again. Let's see here. Let's see. And I'm talking about. I guess we'll do the official thing I had rather than. Again, these are my official predictions, but my official predictions are not my picks or what I think is going to happen. It's really weird. So let me look at the official predictions, and then I'll talk about my unofficial predictions, and we'll go from there. I'll just talk a little bit about this, and we'll see how it impacts both, actually, official and unofficial. So my thought pattern is the weather is less likely from a mental standpoint. The weather is less likely, in my opinion, which means nothing. It's less likely to impact the more experienced athletes, the athletes who have been in the most competitions or have had the most success because they're tried and tested. And so I don't particularly look for them to be shaken up by delays or changes or anything like that. Been there, done that. They got the t-shirt. So I don't expect it to do much to them. The young guys in like their first couple competitions or something, I don't expect them to be that either because they're such full high on nervous energy yet. They don't care. They're ready to go. The athletes that I think mentally could affect the most are those who are already going in there with the most anxiety of feeling like this is the year, this is my chance to prove it. It's time to put up or shut up. Uh, your mid-tier athletes, basically, your moderate level performers who are like in their fourth or fifth game but haven't really hit what they'd like to do yet. Um, the guys who are brand new, I think, to be honest, they got too much nervous energy. They're ready to go anyway. And you could even make an argument. I'm not calling them stupid, but they could be too stupid to be moved. They're just, let's go, bull in a china shop. And then the older veterans, they're unshakable at this point. Now, you only asked about mental. As an old man with arthritis who's had a lot of surgeries, a lot of these guys have surgeries that have left them arthritic as well. So let's look at the weather there. If you know much about surgical recovery or arthritis, you know that barometric pressure can do things to our bodies and cause aches and pains and lack of movement. So if you've had something cut on in the last year or two, or you've had several things cut on over the course of your career, again, maybe some of our older guys, you could make an argument that weather may not work to their advantage. Even if they're ready for it, even if they have been there, done that, and got the t-shirt, maybe their bodies just won't perform at optimal level because they'll be hurting a lot. Could happen. Could happen. Um, so when I add all of that up, I say, okay, my official prediction said Brian Shaw at the top. Well, again, he'd be one of those guys who's been there, done there, got the t-shirt. He'd also be a guy who has a lot of recovery issues, which could be impacted by weather. So that's something in his favor, something against him. You can decide if you think that's going to go up. Mitchell Hooper, again, I think he's a young guy who doesn't know any better, and he's just ready to go, 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 go. I don't think it hurts him. I don't think it hurts him. Which, for my unofficial predictions, Mitchell Hooper is my man, or my official prediction, I guess. The guy I'm backing, the guy I thought was going to win all along, Mitchell, I don't think it's going to hurt him. Alexei, I think he's probably unshakable. I think he'll be fine. I think his countryman, Pavlo, young gun, ripping ready, ready to rock. I think he'd be unshakable. And the Ukrainians have enough to worry about over the last couple of years that I don't think the weather is going to really be the thing that shakes them. So I think it's fine for guys like Alexei and Pavlo. Um, I think it could. I think there's officially how it came out. Again, my my real picks for me here. It's Mitchell Hooper, Alexei Novikov, and then that third spot. I keep going back and forth between Tom and Pavlo, Tom and Pavlo, Tom and Pavlo. I'm really on the bubble with that third spot. Um, I believe out of those three, the one that I think could be most impacted. I'm not saying he will be, but most impacted out of those three guys would be Tom. So if I'm on the bubble and it does shake up that way, then I guess I say that Canadian and two Ukrainians on the podium idea that I suggested is more likely under the current weather conditions than it was under clear blue skies. It's all conjecture. This means absolutely nothing. They are just kicking off. Brian up first. Um, Let me go back to the schedule. Assuming that we got to get there. Yeah, I can't get the world's strongest. There we go. Street stage, street stage. If it works the way they say and they don't alter the day order, we might be able to see the Kanak deadlift on the cam. Maybe. Yeah, we might be able to see the deadlift on the Earth cam. While we're waiting here, I'm going to get that other get World's Strongest Man result set up there. So here's your they've got the World's Strongest Man is showing the information in the oh boy. The World's Strongest Man says 19.1 reps for Brian, 17.65 reps for Matthew Ragg. Uh, and that's in the Fingal's fingers when it's supposed to be on the shield. So I'm guessing that's supposed to be meat. I don't know what it is. The World's Strongest Man site is just weird. But that's what I'm actually trying to get fixed over here now. So I'll get you some information back on the screen in just a second. Very strange. Get everything back up to where you guys want it in just a moment. Just bear with me. Just bear with me, guys. Okay, so if I click over here now, leave studio mode. So we see 39.1 meters for Brian Shaw, 35.65 meters for Matthew Ragg, or reps, as the World's Strongest Man chooses to call them here. Now we should be able to switch back and forth. I guess I should rename this, so, or I'm gonna get myself confused later. WSM website. This one, StrongNet archive site. Then we've got just yours truly here. This is the only one showing anything right now, so this is where we'll stay until StrongMan Archive catches up. Well, according to what they say, you shouldn't need to refresh. It should auto update, but I guess with the internet issues that we've been having, that's not the case. So I do see them now there, and I prefer their Outlook. So we'll go there. But there you go. Really tough getting this stuff situated, guys. To get all 10 on that over there. So we've got some more results in here. I'll have to go over here for you. They're not fit to the screen exactly right, so we'll have to fix that. But you can see Evan Singleton, 48.3 reps, and Luke Stoltman, 44.62 reps. All right, there we go. Nice. Pay no attention to that black bar, that white bar there, throwing everything around. Strongman Archives, are you updated? Nope, but we could probably go back and update it, I bet you. There we go. So we'll just keep flipping back between the two. How about that? Mine typically auto updates, but not always. So I will press the F5 from time to time just to make sure. All right. Un momento, por favor. Okay. Get a link from someone who wants to join us here. Can't find the stream. Oh, I'm gonna have to go yell at my dog. He's scratching on this thing. Dude, stop it. All right. I think I got that shared. We're good. I get back to you guys. And then I also need to go again, harp at my doggy. Be right back. Be right back. Yes, that's correct. The World's Strongest Man site stinks. They're putting the shield results in the fingers column, and they're also listing it as reps rather than distance. So, uh, it wouldn't be the World's Strongest Man information if it wasn't accurate, right? If it wasn't inaccurate, right? It's the only way they know how to do things. Good stuff. So much fun looking at spreadsheets with everybody. So much fun looking at spreadsheets with everyone. All right. So it looks like a couple of you guys got the hookup. You're getting results before the rest of us. Hey Marco, do me a favor. Let me go ahead and give you my phone number or my WhatsApp or my Telegram or whatever you want to say, and then you can have your buddy shoot the information to me, um, so that I can go ahead and share it with everybody. Give me the hookup. It's like the chat's all full of spoilers. By the time it gets in here, you guys don't need to watch. You've already heard everything. Go back to our other site. See where we're at there. Same kind of deal. Same kind of deal. think it's fair to say that they walked the Conan's will until they passed out because I don't think they ever gave out. I think they just got bored, especially Alexei. My goodness. 897 degrees on that Conan's wheel. He was like a half a turn ahead of everybody. A little slow getting the results here. Apologies. I don't control that, folks. Well, Marco, thanks for keeping us in the know. I still think you should let your friend, give your friend my contact info. But we do appreciate you giving us the information. It's interesting when these guys like have to start early in these events because you don't know how to really tackle it from a strategy standpoint, which I like. Again, I wish everybody would just go out there and give max effort on everything, but we know they don't. But when you go early, you don't know what the guys behind you are going to do, so you kind of got to juggle a lot, especially in this first event. Do you go up there and put a big mark and get big points right away? Or this is the kind of event that can really tax the body and take a lot of endurance out of you for the rest of the day. Do you keep something in the tank so that you don't have to worry about it? And then you've got guys like Mitchell Hooper, Alexi, and Pavlo who seem to have gas tanks for days. So, for them, maybe it's not really a big thought. Maybe they simply know they've got enough endurance that who cares? But I think that's a question you have to ask yourself. Agree, disagree? What do you guys think? All right, so yeah, not 80 and 79 or anything like that, but we've got Mitchell Hooper with 64.8 and 63.15 meters for Tom. All right, here. I think I had Brian finishing fourth on this event. Yeah, on the shield carry, I think I had Brian finishing fourth. 48, 44. So right now he's in fifth, and you still got four guys to go. So, um, eh, it's it's really tough to make any sort of reads. I think could be the infection, could be age, could be the qualifiers, could be the stone off, could be the weather, could be all kinds of things. There's a long list of could be's. And again, I predicted him to finish fourth. He's in fifth. If he finishes fifth, maybe everybody else that's going is going to do worse. I'm not saying they will. I think there's a couple guys here who are going to do well, at least according to my spreadsheet, they were going to. So it's probably a loss of points for Brian as to what I was expecting, but um, there's a long list of things that could be the issue. Old man readers are very much needed when we're staring at these spreadsheets. Go back to the other website. They really have to do something about their website. They need to stop putting. I mean, to have the shield carry results showing up in the Fingal's fingers is inexcusable. And then to still be calling this stuff reps instead of distance or meters. Remember they did reps with the degrees on the Conan's wheel, so I guess we can only expect so much from the folks at World's Strongest Man. Give it one more refresh just in case maybe they've got stuff in the right column now. They do not. It is what it is. I guess we're stuck with that over there. Pavlo about 66 meters and Trey about 50. Assuming Marco's friend is correct this time, Pavlo jumps out into the lead. See, that's the thing that a lot of people don't take into consideration as far as these events for distance go. Speed kind of comes into play a little bit here. Even though they're not racing, when you're carrying something, the longer you have to hold that, that's draining, right? So these guys with quick feet, a lot of times they can move distance, and yeah, you're gonna drain more of your endurance out. But there's a thing which drains your endurance and stamina quicker, holding that weight up there for a long time, just supporting it, or moving quickly under it. It probably depends on the body and the person, but you could make a certain uh, reasonable expectation that your grip is going to be one of the first things to go, and just holding it up there is tough. So if you've got quick feet and can get move a lot of distance before you start getting tired of supporting it, it can help you. So even on the events like this for distance and stuff where it's not a speed event, speed is a definite component. Oh, it sounds like handsome Pavlo has arrived into Jace Love's strength. He's not just a dark horse now. Now he's a handsome dark horse, a very handsome dark horse. So, handsome Pavlo has arrived into the Jace Love's Strength channel. I was hoping we could avoid the whole wide Pavlo, handsome Pavlo thing here because I feel kind of awkward calling someone handsome, but looks like it's happened now. I don't. Man, a little bit of stretching is important. Still don't have the numbers that Marco let us know about. Marco's friend is too fast. Teases us with the results, and then we have to wait about 19 minutes to see them on the screen. Refs look like they're debating Pavlov's result, apparently whether or not he touched a line on the first turn. Depending on what they would do about that, that could be costly. If he doesn't touch the line, um, and then we're talking about the first turn, the 20 meters, means they give him 20 meters or less. Hold on, we got a kitty cat in here. I got to get him out of here. I got to kick the cat out of here. This is Big Kaz. You guys remember Kaz? It was the other one earlier, Rhodey. Kaz is a little bit tougher. He's not as nice as he was when he was the teeny kitten, you guys remember. Sometimes he will claw and bite. So, you guys pray for me. I'm about to pick Big Kaz up, and I'm hoping that he doesn't kill me. Come here, big guy. Come here, Big Kaz. I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, Big Kaz has decided that he's not really the cuddling type or wants to be held a lot. Well, this is actually perfect. This is the perfect way for the event to start anyway. The delay, you do another event, something controversial happens. No matter who you're cheering for, who you're cheering against, no matter what you think, having a DQ, taking meters away, whether it's 40 plus meters or a meter or five, this will allow the entire strongman community to be upset or have something to complain about or something to be happy about and say, you'll have, depending on who you're cheering for, you'll have some people saying it's tremendously fair. You'll have other people saying it's not fair at all. But it creates drama. And we can't get enough drama in any sport, especially this sport. So, um, gotta have the drama. And you gotta start the World's Strongest Man final that way. That's if you're gonna have drama, that's when you want to do it. In the first event. That way people have something to complain about the rest of the time. The second event, the third event, the fourth event, the fifth event, the sixth event, they'll be complaining the entire time. So if you're gonna get drama, get it in early. So it can cause as much damage and discontent in the community as possible. Uh-oh. So they put Trey's distance up there at 50.83. They have a zero. They don't have anything for Pavlo. So either they are indeed going to make him go again, or they took the entire result away, or they're still arguing. Again, drama. We love it. You guys know we love the drama. Especially while we're watching spreadsheets. We can't even watch the stuff live. We don't know what's going on. We can't actually argue about what our eyes see because our eyes don't see anything. So we'll sit here and have super strong opinions about stuff that we don't know. We'll feel incredibly strong and convicted that we're right about our opinions, even though we have no idea what we're really arguing about. That's human nature for you. Good times. Good times. Well, you know what's more important than the distance? I gotta go back and check and see how many reps they did, because that's really what we care about. Look at that. Don't know how many reps they're gonna give Pavlo credit for, or maybe none, but right now, Mitchell Hooper's in the lead, having picked that shield up 64.8 times. Tom only picked it up 63.15 times. So, good number of reps picking that shield up. Reps. Mm. It will definitely turn into one of those situations if Pavlo finishes second or third, and this is the enough points in this event to prevent it, or if whoever finishes second to him in this event, or what it would have been, like right now Mitchell Hooper's in the lead, if he would have had that higher, if Mitchell Hooper wins it, which very good chance that Mitchell Hooper wins the thing, this could definitely turn into one of those things. If you guys want me to produce content and I want this to grow, then and I actually plan to monetize this, which again I don't really care about making money from this, but if I did, this would be great. This is the exact kind of stuff to that I can use to create months and months and months of content to get people to fight in the comments and boost my view counts and subscription counts. So drama like this is great for content creators. I say fight it out, boys. Okay, so they give Pavlo Kordiak a 46.59. I'm going to assume he did not go again, but maybe he did. So it looks like they probably penalized him one lap. So it looks like all conjecture, don't know, but it sounds like they said, okay, well, you didn't walk the distance. We're not going to credit you those 20 meters, so you lose 20 meters. Now, I don't know if he touched or went over the line or not. If he didn't, you can't know the exact distance. I don't really necessarily hate the 20 meters. It's gutting for him. It's terrible. It's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. It makes you feel bad for him. No footage to look at, um, but I don't know how you could do anything other than 20. At least, I mean, that means they're giving him credit. They say, okay, well, you did. Here's what they basically did. They said, well, you went from line to line twice, so that's 40, and you went this much past the line the last time, so that's that. But since you didn't go the line, I'm guessing that's what they did, but I have no idea. Here's the thing, though. If if Mitchell Hooper is the kind of competitor that I think he is, the humble guy, the guy who's willing to look at things like let's just say, I mean, we're doing conjecture here. I'm doing the drama thing. I'm fueling the flames, fanning the flames, I should say. Fueling or fanning, they'll both work here. If Mitchell Hooper is who I think he is, let's say it comes down to Pavlo and Mitchell or something like that. I feel like you have to feel bad for Pavlo right here, but Mitchell Hooper would probably feel bad for him for Pavlo. But I would also feel bad for Mitchell, even if he won, because I don't think that Mitchell Hooper is the kind of guy that would want to win that way. Mitchell Hooper strikes me as the kind of guy, a competitor's competitor, who wants you to go out there and he wants to beat you at your best. He wants you to put a number down and see what he could do versus that. Or what I feel like it would be gutting for both of them if it came down to like a 1-2 scenario like that, or differences in podiums even. You'd feel bad for Pavlo, and you'd feel bad for the people who just gotten beaten by Pavlo, Mitchell and Tom in this case. It makes me feel bad for him, but I really don't think it's BS. I I unless you can figure out the exact distance that they missed, and if you can do that, then just remove the lines. We don't need to have them walk back and forth if we're just going to say, well, he missed it by 2 inches, so take 2 inches. Or you can't do a penalty. The only real thing that you can do if they're going line to line is to subtract the distance between the two lines. Does it sound fair? No, it really doesn't sound fair in terms of lost effort on their part. But it's the only way that you can do that unless you can figure out the exact distance that was removed. Otherwise, any number you input is just an arbitrary number. Well, it's a 5 meter penalty. Well, I mean, if it's a 5 meter penalty and you say that, someone said earlier, maybe five, because you know they walked less than 5 meters, you know it was just the turn, so that's what you're doing. You'd have to specify why you're doing that or how big of an error it is. Because if it just didn't walk the line in 5 meters, well, then fine, I'll walk out there and go 2 meters past the line and turn back around and go back. Now I get credited for a bunch of effort that I didn't do. So I don't know. It's a shame. It's sad all the way around. And again, it's going to give people something to argue and fuss about no matter what. If now I'll agree with Jay there, but that's an if. We don't know. If the ref told him to turn, if the ref told him to turn, uh, then he should get credit. But if he just took it on his own volition to do it, then it is what it is. And I'm not going to agree with my good friend here. I'm not a big fan of playing the whole we all know game or everyone know. I'm not a big fan of that stuff. We don't all know that. I know that a lot of people don't like Colin. I know a lot of people don't like WSM. I'm not a fan of the WSM organization or the way it's ran either and everything there. But I don't like to. I don't like to persecute or convict based upon my feelings or opinions. We don't all know that. I don't believe they wait for the ref to say. I don't think they do on these events either. But someone did say in the thing, if the ref said it. Well, if the ref did say it, then I would agree. Now, as far as turn them around immediately, that's tough. I don't know if you guys have ever been in an event like that. I have, um, and I could never make it enough distance to need to turn, but I did practice turns. And for me, there's there's a tremendous it's way harder to turn while holding something like that in place, at least it always was for me, than it was to move some distance ahead. I had a lot of trouble with that. Trip over my own feet. I also have the one leg that turns out naturally. Maybe that comes into play. I don't know, but that's tough. So if you come over the line and someone says, "Hey, come back," you're basically having them turn to have them turn to have them turn. That would yeah, he turned once, he turned a second time, he turned to go back, and then he turned again. That'd be an awful lot of turns over short. I don't think. Again, I'm spitballing here. I'm speculating. I'm getting ready to say what someone would or wouldn't do without knowing. Um, but that's a lot of effort. And so if he has to do that, I still don't see him walking down there and completing another lap if he just had to do that. Maybe it would have surprised me. Maybe make me look stupid. Maybe he would have turned, and burned. But it's tough. All right, so our points are up. Mitchell Hooper wins it, then Tom Stoltman, then Alexei Novikov, Trey Mitchell, Evan Singleton, Pavlo Kordiaka, Luke Stoltman, Brian Shaw, Matthew Ragg, Jaco Schoonwinkel. Well, if we look at my predictions, which we're, I gotta get over here and look at them real quick. Give me just a second. If I don't necessarily know that you can say that, but anyway. I'm not worried about that right now. What I am worried about is this right here. Someone just asked about Schoonwinkle and Rag. So again, if we look at the Shield, they finished exactly where I thought. I figured Rag would finish in ninth place and Schoonwinkle would finish in 10th. Now I picked Pavlo in 8th place here, and he would have went out there and won it. It looks like. So maybe this was a bad omen. Maybe I jinxed Pavlo by giving him a bad score on the Shield carry. And so it's my fault. It's my fault that Pavlo lost 20 meters because I said he wasn't going to get good points here. So I had pre-predicted. Now he came out still better than that position, but it's my fault. I thought he wasn't going to get good points here, and I jinxed the poor lad. He would have had much better points, but I ruined it for him. All my fault. And I said Mitchell Hooper would take tops in the Shield, and Tom Stoltman would get second. And it came out exactly like I said there. I got the first and second place right, and then I got ninth and 10th right. And apparently that happened because it's my fault. I said, hey, Pavlo's not going to get good points. And so something had to happen to make my score sheet look a little bit better. So that's kind of, it's my fault. Blame me. No idea what the next times are going to look like. Let's see if they've updated anything on the website real quick. They still say delayed there. What about on the Twitter? Doesn't look like it. All right, so let's go back to our friend out there. Let's go back to our friend Marco, your source that's on the ground. Uh, what are they saying as far as next event and next time now? Do they have anything? Any ideas? Anything reporting? Which of the two it will be, or what time it will be, or have they said nothing? I'll be back. Okay, I don't know if we still have anyone here or not. Looks like we do. Uh, I took the dogs out, and while I was away, I I had some time to think about this. And here's what I came up with. Remember, I said that one of the worst things and one of my biggest gripes with the WSM organization and production is the lack of transparency. So while I was taking the dogs down, here's what I decided. All of these contests don't handle the things the same way, and they don't need to. But what they do need to do is be very, very forthcoming with exactly what the rules are and what the rules state. Now, you don't plan for guys to not walk over that line. You don't plan for that. But you had dang sure when you're organizing things, you'd better make sure that you write down how to address it because that is something that can happen. That's happened at events that I've been to personally. Um, so you don't have to, I don't have to handle it the same way that you don't have to handle it. Who doesn't have to handle it the same way as someone else? But it had better be illustrated and made clear what they do. And so hopefully, A, there was a rule in place and it was explained to the athletes, but they should also let us know that, again, it's not spectators. So maybe they would have had the rules up on the screen later when they're actually airing it. But by and large, I certainly hope that the rule is clearly outlined and explained, clearly, and two, that was clearly communicated to the athletes there how they handle the situation and what the rules are. We don't have to like it, but the athletes had better been aware of how it worked and knew how it worked. And then I would say, as long as there's a clear rule and they're not making stuff willy nilly up on the spot, whatever that rule is, whether we like it or we don't like it, they better have followed it. So hopefully the rule is already in place. It was well defined and it was communicated to the 10 men there. If each checkbox is crossed, then I'm probably fine with however they handle it. If any one of those components are not check marked, then I think we actually do have really big issues. That's what I thought about while I was taking the dogs out. And when I came back from getting the dogs, I got milk because today's the last day because there's not a lot left in it. So I got to finish this milk. So I'm just going to drink right out of the thing. And then I thought, let's have something nutritious to go with the milk. So why not just eat a bunch of chocolate chip cookies? That sounds like a very nutritious thing. So you guys are just going to watch me drink milk and eat cookies on camera. All right? Got to make sure I get some nice nutritious food in before I go to the gym later. So 3/4 of a package of chocolate chip cookies sounds like a wise choice. I would drink straight from the udder if it got me a few subscriptions. Then again, maybe not. When I was a kid on my grandparents' farm, I was bottle feeding a calf, and I guess I made Mama mad because Mama cow kicked me, and I remember it felt not good. So maybe I would not get underneath a cow and drink from the udder. That sounds like a good excuse to get trampled on or worse. Well, again, this is great no matter what happens, whether they keep the decision, whether they reverse it. Again, I'm making my official position exactly what I said a minute ago. The rules had better been clearly explained beforehand. First of all, there better be a rule in place, clearly defined, and communicated to the athletes. If those three things are checked, I'm fine. If they're not, I'm not. And I guess what I will say is agree with me, disagree with me, agree with one another, disagree with one another, agree with the refs, disagree with the, do whatever you think. I'm ecstatic because I can probably ride this thing for 6 months to 2 years of content just making one or two videos about this every week. Hey, Willem, I know he's your countryman, so don't get mad at me when you look at in my official unofficial predictions. In other words, when I guessed before I looked at the events and awarded points, he wasn't in my top five. He's still not in my top five. After I went through and awarded points, he wasn't then either. So I'm going to show you where I had Yako finishing when all was said and done. Do not hate me for this. I had Yako finishing dead last. Him and Matthew Ragg right down there, well separated from everybody else. Um, and I guess I should put these in the right order because that doesn't look like it's in the right order. But that's still the right positions for them. But you can see I had your boy in last, although you could switch Rag and him. You could switch Stoltman, Luke down there as well. But basically, I had those two at the bottom, pretty distant from everyone else. Nothing against them. I just thought lack of experience in these events was going to hurt them. I could be wrong. And for them, and for you, if those are the guys you cheer for, I hope I am wrong. But you asked, and that's my prediction. Now, your question is, can he bounce back? Well, since I didn't have him going anywhere, I had him being exactly where he's at. I can't really call it bouncing back. But as a fan, as a countryman, as someone rooting for him, I'll give you the good news. This was the first event. There's a lot of there's a lot of time left. So I think just about anyone can bounce back after one event. I will say that last place is really not where you want to be. That's a lot of points to catch up, but there's a lot of time left to do it too. I always feel that rules are more important than opinion. So again, I go back to the same three things. They better have counted for this before today, because if they didn't, that's really bad planning. This kind of stuff does happen in events. Again, I've competed in events where this stuff has happened. You better have thought about this. You need to have a contingency plan in place for what happens if, and you better have thought about more things than this. But guy doesn't cross the line. That's not a crazy concept. You darn sure better have thought about that. So there better be a rule in place already before today, before the event took place. They better have not been trying to decide how to handle it on the spot. The rule had better be clearly defined, and the athletes had better have been made well aware of the rules. But that's my opinion, is that rules are worth more than my opinion. So, so again, uh, I'm not saying people can't feel however they want. I have opinions, you have opinions, and we're entitled to them, and you can feel however you want about anything you want. But I do feel that rules trump opinions. So hopefully there was a rule in place. Hopefully they all knew what it was, and then hopefully the rule was followed. Joe Buck, you doubt that, but that doesn't mean it wasn't. In contests that I have competed in, I've seen precisely that rule, that they would subtract the distance there, which for some guys meant you didn't get credit. If you couldn't complete the length, you got nothing, right? But the length between was eliminated. Other competitions I completed, if you didn't cross the line, you could actually be DQ'd for the event. So you got credit for zero, no matter how far you walked. Um, I think those are the only two things that I've seen, but I'm sure it's been done many, many other ways. I'm sure people could request a do over. I'm sure there are contests where they requested a manual measurement, which sounds like the most fair to that athlete. I'm not so sure that it's completely fair to everyone else, because, I mean, unless you've got, high definition footage of exactly where foot placements were at ground level and everything else, you could either give a guy a little bit too much credit or take credit away. And I don't really care too much about what happens there, unless it doesn't seem like this was the case here. We're not talking about a game of inches, but you could be. And that's the problem there. Like if you got two guys finishing boom boom, and then you go, hey, bring out the manual tape measure here, we'll measure it. It's like playing it like football. Then you're trusting the referee to spot the ball, and then you're going to mark, see did they get the first down from the spot. Well, that's fine, but now you're really putting a lot of trust that the referee marked things correctly. And if the measurement's that close, I don't know. More drama. Actually, I love it. I take it back. I love that, because that creates even more drama, and drama equals views. Which, if I monetize this thing, that's money. I love it. Change my mind. Yes, here's how I would argue this, though. Okay. So we were saying before this, he did about 65 plus meters. So that's three full and then a tiny short one, right? I guess you take the full length, the 40, and then I think what you do instead of saying choosing between, I think what would be more fair to him then in this case, I need to see the footage to know how this broke down. Really, this could have happened in ways where you can't do what I'm getting ready to suggest. But if you take 20 and 20, and then we're talking about what's left after that, it seems like they gave him credit for the 5 meters beyond the that last 20 there, or 6.5 meters, that last little bit. It seems like it might be fair instead of doing that would be to give him credit for that 19 plus meters before that turnaround. So in this case, I'm talking 20 plus 40, so it'd be 59 point something. So that would put him behind Mitchell Hooper and Tom Stoltman, but ahead of Alexi. So you would give him credit for the furthest distance walked between the two lines. Assuming I did a bad job of explaining that, essentially what it means is you give the athlete credit for the full lengths, for all completed lengths, and then credit for the longest partial length. Knack deadlift will now be starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, so that's an hour and a half from now. I know a lot of people don't want to know the times, and I don't feel like doing the conversion for everybody. So, if the information that we just got is correct, the Knack deadlift will be starting in about an hour and a half. I've got to be honest with you guys. I'm uh I'm gonna wimp out on the cookies. So about about a fourth to a third of this one row here was gone when I started, and I was gonna just sit here and eat the entire thing and pig out while I finish this milk off. But once I finished this row, I've got no more. So I guess a row of cookies survives. I'm feeling like too much of a sissy right now. Got a little bit too much sugar in my system, making me a little jittery, and I think it's a good time to stop. I don't need any more sugar. I'm gonna go put the cookies up. Be back in a moment. It's not like there's a whole lot of action going on right now. I doubt you'll miss me very much. Does it still say reps on the world's strongest man? I'm sure it does, right? Yeah, it does say reps, but they moved it to the right column. Let's take some time to give world's strongest man credit here. It still says reps, but they did move it to the right column. They did put it into the shield carry rather than the Fingal's fingers. And since it was the first event, they moved it over on the sheet. So they did some things, which it seems like it would be harder to move the information than it would be to change the word reps to M or something like that. So I'm not sure why they chose to do the harder thing rather than the easier one, or not take care of the rep to M thing while they were there. But they did do something. They did do something. So good job. Milk, it does a body good. I've been drinking a lot of milk my whole life. That's probably why I wound up so tall. That's what the commercials on TV used to tell us when we were kids. If you drink milk, you grow up to be big and tall. And that's obviously the secret to my success. I drink a lot of milk, didn't smoke cigarettes, didn't drink coffee, so that's why I'm so tall. I avoided all of the things that make you short and did the stuff that make you get tall. It worked for me. Well, I've seen nothing. I heard nothing. I don't ever know how much the word apparently means. But I still believe that the rules need to be uh, explained and followed. Now, that being said, I also think that's the purpose of referees. If the referee told him to turn, you should listen to the referee. That's what they're there for. You know, if I'm playing baseball and the referee calls timeout, I should be able to step off the base without getting tagged. So if it's not just if we're saying apparently because there's proof of this and not just someone said or I heard that, but if the referee really did tell Pavlo to turn, then Pavlo should have been safe to turn and it should not have any kind of negative consequences for Pavlo. It should not be it should not work against the athlete, the competitor, the contestant to listen to the people who are mandating the event. But again, people love drama. The strongman world loves drama. Sports fans love drama. And if you're going to have drama, I still say the best time to do it is in the first event. This gives people something to talk about and be mad for the entire contest. It also gives us a chance to talk about things like what will that do to his mental space? What will it do to the other competitors' mental space? How much trust will they have in the rules and the regulations and the referee? All kinds of we can make this tree and these branches unwind in 45,000 different ways that will let us talk and talk and talk for the next year. It'll be great. Oh, cool. I didn't even notice this down here. Unit display, metric and imperial. I'm an American. There we go. There we go. We're gonna make this for my American brothers and sisters. In case there's any American ladies here. There's the distances in feet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're gonna make this an American stream for a moment. Deal with it. I'll probably change it back in a second because I'm a fan of the metric system. But I had to go America. About an hour and 20 minutes, if what we're led to believe is true. I don't know what a sandwich is, but I like it. It sounds both delicious and pleasing to the ear. Although, I also might be a bit freaked out if my food started singing to me. I'm not sure how I'd feel. Like, I'm taking a bite, and it's like, you are so good to me. And I'd be thinking, I'm not very good to you. I'm just bit you in half, or whatever. So, I don't know. I'm not sure what a sandwich is, but again, it does sound both delicious and fun to listen to. I believe Jay's saying that Mitchell's team appealed whether or not Pavlov's foot crossed the line. So Mitchell is the reason they looked at it and essentially took the 20 meters away. Uh, so yeah, that's what I believe he's saying. Hmm. Well, you guys just about got to watch me die. um, I hurt. Oh, the mic's not picking that up, but it picks up some other weird noises. Strange. Wonder will they fight about it? So while we're waiting and while we're complaining about one thing, let's try to stir up more trouble. How do you guys feel about Bobby Thompson? Fifth place overall point wise performance in the qualifiers. Like if they were heads up and you were seeing how well they performed, he was good enough to be in fifth place overall. And that means he has to be watching several men who performed worse than he did in the qualifiers competing while he doesn't get to play. Um, Tell me how you feel. Say, hey, it's I love it because I like drama and I like ticking people off. I love it because the groups are great and fun. I love it because of this. I love it because of that. I hate it because of this. I hate it because of that. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you feel. And then, be rude and hateful to one another in the comments because it wouldn't be the internet unless we do that. Go get rid of this. I'll be back in a moment. When I do that, before I do that. Hey, strong man fans. Welcome back to another. I got to go back and review them again. I read it. I don't remember what your arguments were. I thought I replied to you, but it's very, very hard not to feel bad. Okay, let me read what your arguments were again because I don't remember. I don't remember if I thought your arguments for eliminate were good, bad, indifferent, or whatever. I mean, people know how I feel about the groups anyway, so I don't know. But whether I agree with you or not doesn't mean I'll agree with your arguments or points, and that's what you asked about. So let me read them again, and then I'll tell you. Okay, right off the bat, I remember this one. I'm discounting the third one. I'm not going to get into the whole game of about. Um, I'm not getting into the bashing people or corruption, or I'm not doing that. And I also think that that's not only do I not want to get into that or play that game, I also don't see how it really does that because if you're going to argue that people are corrupt and that it's fixed and you're going to do all of that, there's nothing preventing you from doing the same thing if you get rid of the groups. If you're going to say that people are corrupt and can fix it, and part of the way that they're doing that is through groups, well, then you're also they also have just as much chance to fix it, quote unquote, fix it, make it corrupt or whatever without the groups. If you look at the finals right now, we're already not throwing anyone in the bus, not saying I agree, not saying I disagree, but it's already been suggested today that what we're doing with Pavlo and everything is another example of Colin Bryce's wild corruption in the sport and World's Strongest Man's corruption in the sport. So I really don't see how the elimination of groups helps with that at all because there's no groups in the final. It's just 10 guys heads up, and we're still saying it's all Colin's fault. So, okay. So that's as far as point three. That's my thoughts on that. Points one and two. Let's see. Athletes will be putting in better performance during the qualifying events because they'll be competing against the entire field instead of just guys. Yeah, I do tend to agree with that one because that was my point. So the only way for me to argue with your point is to argue with myself, which I do sometimes to play devil's advocate. But that feels like agreeing with me. So I'm not going to tell someone they're wrong when they're essentially saying that I'm right. Okay, and then the best overall performers will advance to the finals. No one gets shortchanged by artificial cutoff. Yeah, I mean, I think that's basically restating point one, really. So, yeah. So the only one of the three arguments that I would take issue with is the third one for the reasons that I said. Okay, I had to use my uh, I had to use my motorized toothbrush this morning in manual mode because it's dead and I can't seem to find what I did with my charger. And since there's time to kill here, you guys are gonna. I'm gonna escape. I'm gonna try to find my charger for my toothbrush. I know you guys are all dead set on this, and it's probably been causing you agony for the last couple minutes. But tragedy averted. Toothbrush charger found. Looks like one of the cats had knocked it off of its place, and then I had to get behind the dresser and dig for it. But tragedy averted. My toothbrush charger has been found, so you guys can all relax now. What kind of toothbrush do I have? I'll provide a link. That way, if anyone clicks on it and buys it or buys anything from Amazon in the next few days, I'll get money for it. Yeah. No, I'm not going to do that because then I'd have to put a sponsorship message in the video and comply with the rules of Google, blah, 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 blah. All right, so I have an Aquasonic, which I think is a brand specifically made for sale on Amazon or something, but I'm pretty happy with it. I guess I could provide a non-affiliate link. That wouldn't get me in trouble. Google, do not slap me. That is a non affiliate link. I stand to gain in no financial way whatsoever if anyone follows that link. So do not be jerks. Thank you, Google. Apparently, there's a line and someone didn't cross it. They always say there's a line and you're about to cross it. That's funny. Okay, so you got the starting line, the finish line. The question is whether or not Pavlo walked across the line or not, and whether or not the referee told him to turn before the line or all kinds of stuff. Bottom line, there's a debate, there's drama, there's stuff, there's questions, there's a strongman competition. Yep. We've got about 24 minutes now if what we were given earlier was true, I think. I need to scroll up and see if that's right now. It may have been. No, I think they said the top of the hour, not the half hour, so about 54 minutes. I gotta find the line. Yeah, one. Okay, 12. So yeah, scratch everything I just said. 54 minutes, not 24. 54. Much longer wait. Maybe it was just wishful thinking on my part. Wishful thinking on my part. Yeah. Um. 1807. So a little after 6 o'clock in the evening in South Africa. That means you are 7 hours ahead of me and 6 hours ahead of where they're at. I would say he still has a chance to be top three. Sure. I don't really think that anyone is out of it after the first event. Um, you obviously don't want to have like 1, 2, 3, 4 points. You obviously want more points than that, but I don't think it's out of the question that anyone could come back after one event. But obviously, the fewer the points you have, the less chance you have. Now, here's what would be interesting. Let's take a look at my spreadsheet, which is not the end all be all of anything, but let's take a look at that and let's see who were in the top five on my spreadsheet and who had the lowest performing thing event there, what the fewest points were, and still got up there. That might be kind of fun to see. So I'll go ahead and share my spreadsheet. Okay, so here's how I had it coming out, actually. And again, I was shocked. This is not what I think is going to happen. It's not what I think is going to happen. It's not what I think is going to happen. But it is what I came up with when I did the events on paper and went, this guy could do this guy could do this guy could do this. But it's still not what I think is going to happen. But when we look at this, let's see, top five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So from this point up. So basically, it looks like the worst performance was a 3 point for Tom Stoltman, and he still managed fourth place. So according to what I did, um, 3 still makes you competitive, and then Alexi, I actually had Alexi finishing with 4 points twice, and still basically tying for second place. So what's the takeaway from that, other than I don't know what I'm talking about? I think the takeaway from that is a lot of these events are really close and could really go many ways. So I don't see, and it could very well happen. Mitchell Hooper might just run away with this, or Alexi might just run away with this, or Pavlo might just run away with this. Anyone could run away with it. We don't really know. But I essentially think that what my spreadsheet is suggesting there, and even when I had the top 5 without my spreadsheet, which looks differently, I didn't really have anyone cruising through the finals. I thought these events had a lot of people who were really good at similar things, and kind of weaker in areas where they were weak, which really meant that a lot of these guys could split points. I don't mean like necessarily half points. That could happen too. But what I mean is, just because a guy does really, really well in, say, the deadlift, and he's also going to do really well in, just say, the max dumbbell. Now, I'm not saying anyone does great in both of those, Alexei Novikov, but what I am saying is they're going to have to work for a victory, and so they might get they might get first in one and fifth in an event right after it, and that doesn't mean they did bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is still a great performance. There's just so many guys that can do great things in these events. So I think we're going to see a tighter race to the finals. I think it's going to be neck and neck, and yet I don't really think anyone is eliminated or out of the picture yet. Ask me after today who I think is toast and has no chance. But after one event, I think everyone is still very much alive. This is going to be a fighter's contest. 2023 is the world's strongest man I have been waiting for several years. Last year's was pretty good. It really was. But I actually think this one could be even better. This should be a really good contest on paper. I don't know. What are you guys' opinions? That's just mine, but what are you guys' opinion? Not in whether this is going to be a good contest or not. I want your opinions there. But really, what I want to know is, what do you guys prefer? Because there's different types of sports fans. Do you guys prefer contests where you get to see someone just go out there and smash the competition? Do you like to tune in and see domination? Or do you like those seesaw matchups where it ebbs and flows and it's nail biting to the end? You don't know what's going to happen. Which do you prefer? Domination or heavy combat? I don't know how anyone can hate Hooper as a person. He seems like an incredible person. I think Mitchell Hooper seems like an amazing strongman and an even better dude. That's just my opinion. I think Mitchell Hooper seems like an incredible strongman and a really, really great guy. Don't know him, maybe the furthest thing from it, but that's how he comes across to me. I can't agree with the arrogance. I don't think he's arrogant at all. I think he's humble. A person can be confident and humble. If you see enough of his if you see enough of his content, he spends too much time complimenting other people, talking about areas that he can learn from them, talking about things that he could pull from these guys to better his position, talking about things of his weaknesses that he needs to fix and improve on. To me, that's the opposite of arrogance. Um, it's someone who's being real, and I do think we're in a point in society. I get this a lot too. It's kind of weird. In my life, I talk to people constantly who there's almost no middle ground. People who know me and interact with me on a regular basis assume that either I am the world's biggest arrogant schmuck. I wanted to use a different word, but I'd have to repent for the word. People think I'm really, really arrogant, or people think that I hate myself and that I am too hard on myself and I must not like myself. I have mental health issues and I have low self esteem and low confidence because I have a self deprecating sense of humor. I think the truth is, I know what my strengths are and I know what my weaknesses are. And I can talk about either one. And I can speak honestly about either one. But we live in a society, a global society, I believe, that if you speak highly of yourself, whether it's deserved or not, people don't like you for it. And sadly, for some reason, it almost seems like if the praise is warranted, if the praise is deserved, they like it even less. Like if I get up there and run my mouth about stuff that's not true, people just shrug it off. But if I actually am really good at something and then I acknowledge that I'm really good at something, people can't stand that. So I think we're almost forced to either keep our mouths shut or be disillusioned about ourselves and just present ourselves the way that people want us to rather than what's accurate. Um, I just think Mitchell Hooper kind of speaks very honestly about himself and is very honest with himself, both positive and negative. Again, people have different opinions. I'm not looking to convince you. You can have any opinion you want. I just shared mine. As far as him not thinking that strongman is life, I like that. Some people think that the sport that you compete in, your career or whatever, is has to be everything to you. and I would never tell people that they're wrong or that they shouldn't do that. But the things I do, those are not who I am. And I don't ever want the things I do, career or hobby, to become who I am. As again, most of you guys know, I'm a preacher. I'm not actively serving in the pastoral capacity right now, but I'm still a licensed minister. I'm a preacher. Um, Sometimes people will say, well, who are you, Jace? And people say, well, Jace is a preacher. Or when I was doing stand up, Jace is a comedian. Jace is this. Jace. No, those are things that I do. Those are not who I am. I believe we are how we treat others. Baby. Oh, so sleepy, guys. Very, very sleepy. I'm really, really sleepy, guys. I apologize. Hopefully, my energy level is not incredibly down. I'm trying to play the fake it till you make it role today, but full transparency, I'm dragging a bit. I'm dragging. Kind of low energy. Well, I mean, right now you've got Luke in seventh, and you've got Tom in second. So again, one event. Hard to say. Now, neither of them won their groups. You could say Tom was sandbagging. You could say whatever. He was in a very, very tough group to start with. Those boys battled throughout the qualifiers. You could say Tom didn't perform as well as he could have in a couple of events. We can say all these things. None of us freaking know. We don't really know. But Luke, I'm not trying to slam him, but here's a guy who was in the finals, and if it was heads up competition, he was in 15th. 30 guys, 15th. That's like exactly middle of the pack. He's in the finals. Bobby Thompson, who was fifth, isn't in the finals. And again, we can talk about why. We can talk about what level the groups play into that. We can do all kinds of things. But if your question, is how are the Stoltmans looking and what are their chances, I would just say, um, Luke was 15th overall through the qualifiers, and now he's in 7th out of 10 after one event. Tom's a different story. Tom's in second right now. People are saying he's underperforming. And if we look at, I'll go back to my spreadsheet actually. If we look, Tom was actually third overall. People talking about Tom having a bad performance, Tom not looking ready. Tom, he was in a tough group. The only reason he was in third was because he was there with Cordiaca and Cordiaca made him work and stuff. That was a tough group. That group had Cordiaca, Tom, and Bobby Thompson all in it. Crazy, man. What a battle. Someone was getting left out. But point wise, Tom was your third place finisher through the qualifiers if we're heads up. So all the talk of Tom being out, Tom not looking his best, I think a lot of that is because Tom didn't win his group. So people have chosen to write him off a little too soon. He still had your third best point total overall throughout the qualifiers. So I think it may be a little bit too soon to be like, oh, well, Tom's not getting it done this year. Need to go tinkle. So I'm going to go tinkle. Yes, you're a good boy, Caesar. You're a good boy, yes. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. I love you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. You gonna lay down for me? You lay down? Lay down. Lay down. Lay down, big guy. Oh, oh, you're so big. I can't even get under my desk because you're there. You're so big. All right, boys. Guys and gals. Um, what's the next question you have? Someone hit me with a question. Let's pretend that I have a super chat on right now. Someone go ahead and submit to me your $100 question. You're a pretty boy. You are a pretty boy. Yes, you are, Caesar. You need to lay down, though. Good boy. That's a good boy. Yes, that's a good boy. Well, if you're paying me $100 for the question, okay, let me answer both of those questions. Bradley didn't say he was paying $100, but Paolo did. And since you're paying for $100, I like to make my questioners happy. So before I answer your question, Paolo, let me ask you: do you want B-Rain Shawa to make the podium? Give me a yes or a no. I'm about to do a little bit of pandering because it seems like that's what you have to do. If you're going to grow a community, if you're going to be popular, you got to be willing to pander. So I'm going to do a little bit of pandering. Hey, since you're indifferent, but it would be a nice story, I guess that almost, I guess that almost equips me to take the $100 and answer honestly. Do I still think that B Rain Shawa can make the podium? Yes, I do. I do. I didn't think he was going to make it beforehand. I've shown my spreadsheet on there, which has him at the top, but I'm still shocked and surprised that I came up with that. I can't believe the results, even though I did it. It's kind of funny. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's going to make the podium. I think he can. These are great events. Um, and he's got some really, 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 really great events coming up. If you were going to make arguments as to where Brian could conceivably fall back, if you looked at it, you could say Brian could lose points on the shield carry and Brian could lose points on the deadlift. You can't really see anywhere else that Brian would really lose points. Now, losing points, I'm not saying he can't, I'm not saying he goes out and wins the other four events. That's not what I'm saying. Don't hear that. But I'm saying if you're going to look at, he could conceivably have done well in all six of these things, to be honest with you. But if you look at where he could lose some points, it would be in the shield carry, which we just had. It would be potentially in the deadlift, which he did really well in the qualifiers in the deadlift, and his deadlift's looking pretty strong. So I'm not predicting doom and gloom for Brian there. But if you look at the six events that are there, those would be the two that you would have a bit of suspicion on, that you would have exercise a little bit of caution on. You're not going to sell Brian short in the fingers for reasons. Number one, he's been super good at them overall. Reason number two, most of the guys don't have any experience doing them. Those are two very, very powerful things. Yeah, you got the age working against him. You got all these things working against him, but experience is on his side. Past experience on that particular implement is on his side. Max dumbbell. Brian is very, very good at dumbbell. You gotta like that. Vehicle pulls. Brian is one of the best vehicle pullers in the world and has been for a long time. Atlas stones. Most people are going to say he's one of the two best guys with Atlas stones on the planet to this day. There was a long time it was all about Brian. I think most of us would argue that Tom Stoltman has passed him now. And some might say, hey, Trey Mitchell has caught up to him. But at worst, you're going to say that Brian Shaw is the third best stone guy even at his age and everything. So you've got 4 events where Brian can do huge things. And again, almost all of these events are going to be tightly contested. So, do I think Brian is still alive? Very much so. Probably shame on me for counting him out so soon and kind of thinking it was a joke to be in the top 5, let alone the podium. He's a real horse. Um, Honest. If I could train with one strongman, who would it be? Of all time or current? Of all time, I say Bill Kazmaier, much to the surprise of nobody. If it's current, um, either Mitchell Hooper or Alexei Novikov, and it would be very, very difficult for me to choose between the two. Do I think anyone will press the colossal dumbbell? Yes. Yes, I think someone will press the colossal dumbbell. Um, that doesn't mean someone will, but I'm going to bet on the group. We got 10 guys to try it. They're going to want to put on a show. Uh, yes. Yes. At least one person will press it. They may not. But I'm saying yes. My answer is yes, even though I didn't get $100 for that question. The bus pool is questionable for Brian. I assume that's who you're talking about when you say him. Um, it is questionable because of several different things: age, the leg, right? The battle of competition, the fact that this is a second day event, not a first day event, so he's going to be even more tired. The stone off that he had to go through to get there, and the fact that he's still one of the best vehicle pullers in the world, but he's not. In recent years, he hasn't been as good at vehicle pulls as he was years ago. I think that is again attributable to his general decline, age, and everything, the sport catching up. It's a combination of most people going this way and Brian on this way. But even Brian not at his best, not at Brian's best at vehicle pulling, is still a very, very, very good vehicle puller. I can't see him not getting good points. Now, my definition of good points and your definition of good points may be very, very different things, and would probably be unquestionably different than Brian's definition of good points. But the bottom line is, I think that there's a lot of events where Brian can have some very good numbers, and when the weekend is said and done, it might look a little bit differently than we thought it was going to look going into the week. You don't think anyone will press it? I think, again, like I just said, I'm going yes because there's 10 of them there and someone's going to want to impress. And I just always like to bet on humans. I do think it's a Herculean task. However, we're all gathered around spreadsheets watching a bunch of Hercules this week. So um, I'm going to say it's going to go up. But then you also heard me mutter under my breath, they may not. Um, but I want to bet on the human race, not against the human race. So I'm saying it's going up. I'm not confident in that. But I want to believe. I want to believe. 20 minutes away, guys and gals. 20 minutes away. It doesn't look like those numbers have changed yet. Anyone staring at that spreadsheet, wondering what's going to happen on the Pavlo drama? Nothing has changed as of yet. I don't do a whole lot of dumbbell work, to be honest with you. I actually do quite a bit of barbell overhead, and I'm not sure why, because my shoulders are trash. And some of you have already heard about injuries I've sustained, including dropping something on my noggin. Um, but I still do quite a bit of overhead pressing. I have started doing it more and more and more on machines rather than with a barbell for safety reasons. Um, but I don't do a lot of dumbbell work, period. I used to do a lot more of it. I don't now. I decided just to start typing some words in because it's there and I'm not using it. So I have a really good chest. I have amazing triceps. Um, so I think people would want me to say that. What do I actually enjoy training? Probably upper back is probably my favorite thing to train. Those movements just feel really, really good to me. Lower back, not so much. But upper back, those movements just feel really, really good. They make me feel powerful. I can feel the pull without being uncomfortable. Yeah, upper back is fun to train for me. But in terms of what are my strengths, chest and triceps. So this question was asked of me last year, and it was asked of Uncle Laws as well. Build your ultimate strongman using attributes from different current. Um, I felt uncomfortable answering it last year. I feel uncomfortable answering it this year. I was asked it, I think, before I actually saw Uncle Laws, and it was kind of funny because I hesitated to answer. He was asked the same thing, and he hesitated for the exact same reason. Um, Maybe I'm just not secure enough in my masculinity. I don't know, but it feels weird naming body parts of other men that I would like to have. Um, I don't know. You know what? Here's how I'm going to answer that. I would choose Jace Man's bench. I would choose Jace Man's overhead pressing abilities. I would choose Jace Man's deadlift. I would choose Jace Man's squat. I would choose Jace Man's grip. I would choose Jace Man's pulling ability. I would choose Jace Man's throwing ability. Yeah, I would choose Jace Man's for all of those things. Jace Man's deadlift. Yeah. Uh, the question was build your all-time worst competitor. That's actually kind of interesting. I actually think that would be difficult. Maybe not for some of you guys, but for me that would be difficult because it would be a struggle to think about. If, okay, first of all, we have to assume that I'm not going to worry about offending anyone or insulting anyone. And for a question like that, it's just a question, and you should be able to accept your weaknesses. So if a person got offended by it, then I would be like, well, examine yourself and improve that area. But it would be pretty tough to think about who's left a lasting enough impression with me that I definitely wouldn't want to be them. Um, that's a darn good question. You know what? I'm going to answer that, but not right now. I'm also going to answer. We're gonna take some of. I know what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over here. We're going to go to the quote unquote event information page from the World's Strongest Man, where they give these things really, really stupid names. And in a future video, we're going to look at these events. And I'm going to do a video. We'll do one video for each one. So we won't do them all because I talk too much and you guys know it. So if I did this all, it'd be a 6-hour video. But look for these to be videos. We will do a video where I tell you who I think are the greatest in stones from the beginning of strongman till now. Who I think are some of the worst stone lifters beginning to now, and as far as the young guys are, the ones that I think should really listen up and put some time in here. And we'll do this for every one of these. We'll make a video for each one of them. Who's the best? Who's the worst? Who competing today has some work to do? Um, and of course, we're going to do that thing that I said we probably will do last year too, that we never got around to doing. We will go ahead and do one of those strongman tier things. You've seen them, other people that are very popular on YouTube. Where you have the S super tier, the A, the B, the C, the whatever, and we'll go ahead and rank World's Strongest Men winners. Um, and we might do two tiers, but one will specifically be a tier of World Strongman champions, and that should be fun because I'm going to upset people no matter what, right? We're going to take people who were the champion of the world, the strongest men in the world, and we're going to put them on B and C, D tiers. But because we're comparing them to their peers of only strongman champions. And then we'll do another one where it is just strongman in general. Maybe we'll do a couple of these things because I'll be fishing for content if you guys don't want anyway. Maybe we'll do A strongman tier of the 80s, a strongman tier of the 90s, a strongman tier of the 2000s, a strongman tier for now. Um, maybe uh, a strongman tier of the most underrated strongman, or a strongman tier for guys who never won the title. We could do several of those things. I guess I will. You guys are my peeps. We've got a whopping, I think, 40 something of you on right now. Yep. Big following. Big following. I guess I can make a commitment to you guys to produce more content if you guys make a commitment to me that you'll tune back and watch it. Because I don't really want to. It's hard work to do the research. And you guys have seen that I'm not lazy. I'm not calling anyone out saying who is. But you guys see that I prepare for this. And I'm passionate and I love this stuff. Um, it's hard work. I like it. I enjoy it. But it is hard work. And it does take me away from personal and professional responsibilities. So I don't want to do that if 7 people are going to watch a video. But if you guys are going to come back for the content, I'll post stuff. I'm going to ask you guys a question. Best comment answer that I like the best gets a quarter. American, 25 cents. USD. 25 cents USD on the line for the answer that I like the best. Are you guys ready? I want to make sure you're all ready before I ask. I don't want anyone crying that there's a bad referee here or that you weren't ready, so the contest is unfair. I want to know that everyone is ready before I ask because I don't want to hear any crying when the contest is over. Sounds like everyone's ready. All right. Best answer gets 25 cents. Here you go. Again, I said we're going to have a lot of strongman content. We're going to have some powerlifting content. I really want to put some chest stuff in there, but I know you guys don't care. I keep being asked, what about arm wrestling? What about, I keep saying I watch some of the stuff on there, but I'm really not an arm wrestling aficionado. I definitely don't have the knowledge of that I do for strongman and powerlifting. I don't do the never competed in it. I got the world's shortest arms. I have no leverage. I don't know the techniques. I don't know the skills. I watch a lot of the stuff. It's neat to watch, but I don't really follow it. I don't know how much I can contribute. And if I'm gonna make content, I want to be well researched. I want to be studied. So this is what I'm gonna ask you. I don't know how much of you guys love arm wrestling. It keeps coming up, so obviously some of you do. But I want you guys to tell me, should the channel going forward be strongman only, strongman and powerlifting only, strongman powerlifting and arm wrestling on all of them, and why or why you don't think I should cover one or whatever. So tell me what you want and why. And I'll wait for some information and then we'll talk some more. Strongman is my favorite sport to cover in terms of strength sports. Um, I'm probably better at powerlifting. Well, forget probably. I'm much better at powerlifting than I am strongman. But I enjoy following and watching strongman more. About 3 minutes, supposedly. Okay, while the answers are trickling in, I guess I'll go back and answer the question about Glenn Ross. So Glenn Ross, unquestionably a strong man, a very very strong man, right? Guys like Glenn Ross, Iron Bibby, many of the strongmen today, certainly many of the strongmen from 10, 12, 15, 18 years ago. I will say this: I'm not no bodybuilder guy. Now there was a time in my life when I had a not a strong physique. I've always been strong, but I had the beach muscles. I had the beach body once upon a time, and I let those go intentionally. Some unintentionally, some other reasons, laziness, wanting to eat what I wanted, other things. Um, but but while I don't think that you have to be a bodybuilder to do these things, and I'm not about muscles that look good. I'm more about performance. While I'm that, I also think that um, in our sport, we don't really talk enough. And this is going to get me, some people are going to get mad at me for this. Oh, well. I don't think we talk enough about the potential dangers of size and unhealthy weight and mass. I'm not trying to be mean to Glenn Ross here, but when I think about Glenn Ross, Iron Baby, and a lot of these guys, they're strong. I'm not taking anything away from them. They're incredibly strong. I do think that our health is important. And I think sometimes in this sport, again, we love mass monsters, we love big guys and this stuff. But I think somewhere in there, we convince ourselves that if you're strong, you're also healthy. You can be really strong and be unhealthy. And a lot of these guys are not healthy. And I also think that there are diminishing returns. I am someone that kind of looks at the pound for pound stuff. Yes, it's nice to go in there and do something, but I'm going to tell you a little bit about my high school. And I used to get so mad about this, as a matter of fact. In my high school that I graduated from, we had a weight room up there that our coach put up. It was really for the football team, but you had to be in the weightlifting class to get your numbers on the board and stuff like this. And as a junior, I weighed 135 pounds. And I broke the school record for bench press, towel bench, squat, box squat, deadlift, power clean, overhead press. We had 7 records. I broke them all. When you looked at my records, my 135 numbers were higher than the 145 records. They were higher than the 155 records. They were higher than they all went by 10 pounds. They were higher than 165, 175. You had to go all the way up to 185 before my numbers didn't pass any of those guys. And then there was a little bit there. Um, some at the, I think it went from 185 to 205. I think it was the only time it jumped. and then there was a plus after that, almost kind of like in MMA. Um, and even at the heavyweight, there were a couple of my records. I set things that were higher than theirs. Uh, and I used to get so mad at my coach. I'd argue with him and get mad at him because he only kept my name on that 135 and he didn't give me credit for beating the others. And I thought, if I weigh less than them and I've lifted more than them, those should be my records too. And I used to get so mad at him and argue about it. Um, Now I don't say this to brag. Instead, what I say is, I did it as a little guy, right? Now I do think there is a point of diminishing return. And also, as a senior year, I would have smashed all of those. I stopped weightlifting my senior year because the band needed a new saxophone player, and they asked me to come do it. The coach said I could still compete and come set the records at the end of the year. Then he changed his mind. He didn't let me go in there, and I was so mad. Um, anyway, I'm rambling. The bottom line is this: I do think for sure I could have added weight and mass and made my lifts go up, but it's not proportionally so. If I add, 7% of body weight, that doesn't mean my lifts go up 7%. They might go up more than 7%. They might go up 10 or 15%, or they might only go up 3%. The point is, it's going to be different for everyone. But there is a point of diminishing return. And I do believe, outside of these strongman contests, outside of, hey, you're showing up to a max deadlift competition, lift the heaviest weight possible, I do think it would be great for every athlete on an individual basis to find out what weight they perform optimally at and not worry about what the final number on the bar or the weight stack or anything like that is. Find out what number gives you the highest percentage of what you're doing. And to me, I'm more amazed by that than I am the big number. Just my opinion. On that note, so I just criticized these guys. Let me criticize myself. I'm willing to do that. So I weigh around 235 pounds now at 5'3" or 5'4". And I'll be honest with you guys, I gained some of this weight for those strongman events that I did, and even though I'm not competing, I've kept that weight on. I probably shouldn't have. Going back to just lifting and powerlifting and things like that, I am carrying around a lot of weight that doesn't do me any good. And the proof is at the gym. Part of it is age, but part of it is not just age. In almost everything, I lift it more than I do now, or at least equal to what I do now, at around 172 to 176 pounds. That really 4 pound range there was about my optimal. And every weight that I've put on after that, every pound I've put on above that, you could make an argument it's just wasted weight that I don't need to be carrying. Let's cross over here and see if there's anything over here yet. There is not. So we continue to wait, which will probably be a few minutes. If they got started on time, they're just now getting started. Where's our friend from earlier who had the hookup? The eyes down on the street, reporting in and saying, hey, Here's your results coming in. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Did you guys go silent in the chat waiting for results? Or we just ran out of stuff to talk about? Or did I upset everybody by suggesting that maybe some of these guys are a little bit too big for their own good? I believe that's what we were told. Yeah, the deadlift next. I guess I should actually try. I mean, that's supposed to be contested on the sand stage. That's where that one camera was. I guess I could be looking at that over here to see if we're actually going to get to see anything or not. I should be looking. It looks like they do have it set up, maybe, but no one's out there. You guys want to see what I'm looking at? Um, let's go back to the studio mode real quick, so you guys can't see me build this. We'll call this scene sand stage. And break this out here. I'll go back here. I can turn studio mode off. And then, assuming I'm seeing what I'm seeing, which I may not be, it doesn't look like anything's going on. It looks like nothing may be going on. But this is what it looks like on scene there. So you can see the rain's coming down. It's coming down pretty good. I do see a one-legged gentleman over there who's doing his thing on his crutches. You get it, brother. You get it, brother. Um, but it doesn't look like I see anybody out there in what is presumably that stage. That may not be it. That big gray thing in the right side of the screen there. I'm assuming that's where they're going to do the deadlift. But it doesn't look to me like they're doing anything. So we might be done for the day. I don't know if they'll have to scratch some events and crown a World's Strongest Man champion with limited events. If they'll have to add a day of competition, if they can even do so, because whether the place is reserved or not, there's a lot of stuff up in the air here that really will make a person go, hmm. Let's see here. Let's see here. Waiting for the question for you. To find the world's strongest man, like the actual world's strongest man, they should be drug tested and not told the events. What you think? Um, I don't. Performance enhancers are a weird question for me. Um, I think I said this a few times this week that I feel completely differently about performance enhancers than I used to. So you'll hear me, if I might be redundant, I'm going to talk about the whole thing. I'm not going to dodge it, but I'll answer it in just a moment here. But I will say I feel completely differently about it now than I used to. Um, and I will explain why I feel differently about it as well. Testing or not, I don't know. Now, as far as not knowing the events beforehand, that's the way they used to do this. They didn't used to tell the guys the events beforehand. They showed them and competed. And I liked that better. I think that was much more awesome. And I would love to see us go back to doing that. The reason they let these guys know in advance now, or what they tell us, is that it helps keep injuries away, which is true. They don't really say this, but another element is then the guys can train specifically for it, which means in the prep time, we can see them come out there and do bigger weights, faster runs, things of that nature. And that entertains the fans. Everybody wants to see people do something that's never been done and break records and all this stuff. When the guys know what they're preparing in ahead of time, it does give you a better opportunity to see something world class and make the fans happy and stuff like that. So that's an element of it. So it's that, the injuries. But I do think it's really cool. And I do think it tells who's training to be the strongest. If they don't know, surprise factor. I would like to see that. But we might be in the minority. We very well might be in the minority. Um, Performance testing, PED testing. Okay. I have never used a performance enhancing drug. I put the word drug on there on purpose. Here's what I mean by this. I used to be, maybe it's my faith, maybe it's the fact that I am very much a straight edge guy. I don't use, aspirin and medications and blah, blah, blah. My choice. Not that I preach at others. But maybe these things come in there on a subconscious level that I don't know about. And so I used to very much be like, oh, that's cheating. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's this. And strangely enough, it wasn't someone who's known for fair play to get me to change my mind. It was actually a confirmed cheater who got me to change my mind and loosen my stance. I'm going to tell you what his argument was. Most of you will not agree with it. You'll laugh at it, you'll scoff at it, and that's fine. But I actually thought he made sense. I didn't like it because it didn't sit well with my preconceived opinion. It challenged my confirmation bias. But I could not argue with his point. And the cheater that I'm talking about is not a strongman, it's an MMA guy. Uncle Chael. Are you guys MMA people? Do you guys know who Chael Sonnen is? I'll wait for an answer, yes or two, before I finish the rest of this. And by the way, I disagree with Chael Sonnen a lot. I would not call myself a Chael Sonnen fan. I'm a big MMA fan. Chael Sonnen is sort of my Evan Singleton of MMA. I don't really like Chael. But this will also go to show that I'm open. I have an open mind. I can be convinced of a different opinion even if I don't like someone. Okay, so a couple of people know who Chael Sonnen is at least. All right. Now, Chael's not exactly a fair play guy. He's been busted for cheating multiple times. But he convinced me about why we blow too much smoke about the dangers of cheating and performance enhancing drugs and why it's a really stupid argument. And even though I disagree with him a lot, I thought he made a lot of sense this time. What Chael basically said is, why are we getting mad at people for performance enhancing drugs anyway? Who gets to decide what's legal and who gets to decide what's illegal? What's a drug to some, what's a drug to others? The idea that we're getting mad at people for enhancing their performance is kind of stupid. What do you think training is? Training is a performance enhancer. What do you think protein is? It's a performance enhancer. All of these things that you're allowed to take, legal supplements, we take them because they enhance our performance. If they didn't enhance your performance, nobody would take them. Everything an athlete does is designed to enhance their performance. If it didn't enhance your performance, you'd stay away from it. The only reason any of us do it is because it enhances your performance. So who are the jerks who get to sit up on a pedestal and decide, yes, you can do this, yes, you can do this, yes, you can do this, no, you can't do that? And I found myself going, huh, huh. And I thought he had a point. And when I thought he had a point, I realized I don't have to take the stuff, and I'm still not going to take the stuff. But at the truth of the matter is, I only frown on it because it's against the rules, which really is because some person arbitrarily decided that you shouldn't be able to do that. And instead of questioning him or her, I simply went, okay. But what made them so powerful to get to make that decision on everyone? We're all enhancing our performance. So if I'm going to whine that that person is enhancing their performance in a different way than I am, maybe I should enhance my performance the exact same way, or maybe I should shut up about it and let them do it their way. But we're all trying to, quote unquote, enhance our performance. And I thought he was very, very accurate and very, very right. And yes, yes, headaches hurt. And yes, I did. But here's the answer to that, Ibrahim. I've been hurting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, my entire life. Basically, I came out of the womb and they started cutting on me and operating on me, and that was my life early on. So I don't know what it's like not to hurt. That's the secret. Hurting is normal. Pain is normal. I've never not hurt. Um, so I think I have a pretty good pain threshold. Yeah, I agree. Negative side effects of the chemical comp, but that's not us talking about cheating at that point. At that point, Chantel, what we're talking about is regulating morality and regulating safety. I believe that if you're an adult, you should be able to, like, if we talk, let's put away drugs in terms of performance enhancers for a second. I'm not trying to convince anyone politically what to believe or anything like that. But I believe that if you're an adult, you should be able to decide what you do and what you put in your body. It's none of my business. I don't like when we have governing bodies or other people saying, you can't do that. It's your life, it's your body, you do what you want with it. It's none of my business. Yes, there is the element of the competition, which then I go back to what Chael was saying. And in terms of negative consequences to the person's body, I would say the only real way that really sways me is if we assume that the people taking the stuff are ignorant and stupid and they don't know about the negative repercussions. But I don't think that's true. I think by and large, most people taking the stuff, they know the negative consequences. They know what could happen to their bodies on the other. They have made a conscious decision on their own part. This is what I stand to gain from this. This is what I stand to lose from this. And they decided which of those meant more to them. Why should you or I get to decide for them which hand is heavier and which hand weighs more? It seems to me like if we're talking about freedom, they should get to decide if the cost outweighs the benefits or vice versa. So anyway, I feel a lot differently about it at 43 than I did at like 23 or 33. Um, and from a competitive standpoint, it would put me at a quote unquote disadvantage. Those guys would take gear, I wouldn't. I'd be in trouble. I'd be disadvantaged. But it's my choice. I said, hey, I'm not going to do that. I don't get to say, you guys better play by my rules. If I want to compete with them, I know what to do. It's up to me to choose whether to do it or not. Um, Similarly, again, back to the performance enhancing thing, we talk about the argument. The other argument is always fairness, right? Well, if we do that, then we have to realize that it's never fair because we look at the banned substances, right? Let's get rid of the banned substances. Does everybody have the same financial status? No. That means some people can afford just legal substances, not the banned stuff. Some guys can conceivably afford legal supplements, protein powders, and creatine, and blah, and blah, and blah, and blah, which are allowed. Maybe some other guy can't afford it. He's barely getting by. Can't afford anything more than bologna. You can make an argument that's not fair. Do you tell the guy with the bigger paycheck, quit buying that stuff because you're not competing on the same level? Maybe some guy has access to world class gyms and some other guy has to do something in his backyard. Maybe some guy can afford trainers and some other. It's what I'm saying is it's never going to be fair. There's always going to be people who have some sort of training advantage over someone else. And so when we're trying to make this argument about fairness, we're basically trying to regulate something that we can't really accomplish anyway. I'm listening. I'm listening, TC. If you think there's a way that you can make it where you can mandate and regulate that everybody is subject to the exact same thing, because that's what fair is. Fair is another word for equal or synonyms. And what I learned about math is the only way it's equal is if What's on the left side of the operator is the same thing that's on the right side of the operator. So I'm listening if you want to convince me, if you want to tell me how we can make sure that people, no matter what, have the exact same um, advantages and disadvantages. I'm listening, but I don't know how you can make sure that this guy doesn't use a personal trainer and this guy does. This guy has access to a 24-hour gym. This guy has access to a 6-hour gym that's only open Monday through Friday while he's at work. I don't know how you can do that. I agree, Ibrahim. That's sort of the point. It'll never be equal. It can't be, which is why I sort of gave up the argument a long time ago. We're trying to enforce something that can't be enforced. We're trying to make things fair and equal when fair and equal don't really exist when we're talking about what some have access to and what some don't have access to. And the genetics is a good one. You know, maybe your dad was 6'6", 250 pounds, not because he was artificially enhanced, but because that's what the good Lord gave him. And my dad was 5'7", 5'8", and a strong guy but overweight. Is that fair? Is that equal? Can I overcome that differential? Of course I can overcome it, but we're not starting in the same place. And that's what fair means, is that each person has the exact same opportunity. It's not the same opportunity. I could conceivably achieve the exact same thing you do, but I might conceivably have to work harder than you to do it. That's not fair. That's not equal. It's a, of course it's about the start. No, it's not. You're talking to a guy who is genetically okay. You guys have heard a little bit of my story, right? I'm teeny tiny. I was born with deformities, tons and tons of surgeries, came from nothing, raised in a welfare lifestyle growing up, lived in the worst of places, was constantly being was subject to a lot of things as a child. I'm not going to get on into here. Let's just say my childhood was dark and not good. I say none of this for sympathy. I say none of this for empathy. And I don't say any of it to brag on what I've achieved either. What I am saying is I'm not living in the past. And you can do something in the past. You can either give up and surrender to it, or it can do for you what it did for me, which is put a chip on your shoulder and decide I'm going to do something about it. But just because someone overcomes an adversity or overcomes an obstacle doesn't mean the adversity or obstacle wasn't there. And it's not fair when some people have to overcome an adversity or obstacle and others don't. That's sort of the way fairness and equality works. Once some people have some adversities or obstacles that other people don't, it's no longer fair. I accept that. I'm okay with that. Life isn't fair. And so I don't think we should try to regulate fairness. You can't do it. Unless you can go back and erase the obstacle, which you can't do, it is what it is. I don't see any signs that we're going to be seeing these events get going. It looks pretty bleak. Pretty bleak, guys. I haven't officially been told that, but looking at things, it looks like it, and speculating, I don't know how it can't be with them doing everything outdoors and stuff. I don't know how you have an event with this going on. Let me check the radar again and the weather reports there. I think we're probably just wasting time here. I don't think anything's going to happen. Okay, as I look at the weather report, 100% chance of rain, basically 100% for the next half hour. After that, we have, let's see, until 15 minutes after the hour. So 1 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock there. So until 2:15 local time for them, um, we've got basically thunderstorms from 2 o'clock to 2:15. I guess the last 15 minutes of that. Then it's going to be scattered, and then they're going to have dry skies conceivably for about 2 hours, from about 2:15 until around 4 o'clock. So almost 2 hours, only around a 15% to 20% chance of rain. And then after that, it looks like it's raining again until after dark. So they'd have to get everything done, the next two events, assuming they could make it work. They'd have to get the next two events done within a 2 hour period. Hope that it actually doesn't rain during that time. Um, or, or yeah, they're competing in the rain or after dark. If the local weather report that I'm looking on weather.com is accurate. 5 hours is nothing, Ibrahim. I've gone over 12 hours doing these things. Of course, usually there's stuff to talk about. You're saying you want to see Eddie and Brian on that? Because if you want to see Eddie and Brian on that, we'd probably have to zoom out a little bit more. I'm not sure that they would fit into the frame. I don't think we're going to get to do anything, guys. I kind of think we're just waiting for them to cancel and call it off. This should be a wake up to them to try to find indoor locations. And this is another thing that has nothing to do with streaming. It has to do with the fact that they haven't positioned this to really be spectator friendly or invite people in. Like other competitions and stuff, with doing the live streams, they can do that. Shaw getting there, selling big tickets, trying to turn it into something where people will come and cheer them on. A lot of the Giants' lives positionings, they're selling tickets. They're making them spectator friendly. It's almost like WSM says, "Hey, stay away from us. Let's do this in secret and then roll it out later. Um, they don't make it fan friendly. And when you're not doing that, it makes it hard to afford indoor venues because that stuff costs money, and that's where ticket sales could really help. I just think they're using very, very old and outdated, severely outdated business model to run this thing. Just very, very ill planned. I think going indoors is the right answer, but I also think that by the way they run it, they can't go indoors. It's tough because, again, indoors means you have to rent out those facilities, and they're not cheap. They're not cheap at all. And when you're not making your event spectator or fan friendly, that means you got nobody to sell tickets to. You got nobody to sell tickets to. You have nobody to pay for the venue. Plenty of other competitions like the Shaw Classic and things like that. They pay for and rent out these venues. It's not just because they want to lose money, but they intend to make that back through ticket sales, through advertisements, through marketing, through all of these things that the World's Strongest Man and their severely outdated business practices haven't done anything about. And I think that they have nobody to blame but themselves. Would you all permit me to go pee again? Because I need to tinkle. You guys watched me chug a milk jug. Now I think we need to chug a 2 liter. Okay, please tell me so that I feel better about myself as a man and I'm not such a sissy. Please tell me that I'm not the only person that when you first take a drink of soda, that carbonation makes you wince your eyes a little bit and be like, wow, that's strong. Like, you guys already know I don't drink alcohol. But every time I take my first drink of a soda, I'm always like, man, that's some strong stuff there. Oh, I'm not cut out for this. That's a strong drink. So, if there are any ladies here in the chat or watching the live stream of nothing going on, just to let you know, I am single. So, hit me up. You're smarter than I am, Ibrahim. You are smarter than I am. It looks like they're actually starting to have people gather around here. I don't think you guys can see this because I'm hiding the cursor. I need to change that. Give me just a second here. Let me make it so you can see the cursor. Capture cursor. Boom. Well, in theory, this is supposed to work, but it doesn't appear to be working. I told it to capture the cursor, but it's not. There it goes. I had to click. So you guys can see, it looks like there's people gathering around here, getting in line, I guess. We got some people collecting over here on the bleachers area. Maybe they're going to try something. Maybe they're actually going to try something. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Oh my gosh. Apparently they're doing the fingal somewhere while I wasn't watching. Look at this. The fingal fingers. 5 reps, 7 reps, 7 reps, 3 reps. This snuck up on us out of nowhere. We were told deadlift was next. People are over there rocking. And while we're doing that and talking about nothing, Fingal's fingers, results coming in. What on earth? Ugh. Organized chaos or disorganized chaos. These are deadlift results, not. Okay, whatever. I give up. I give up. I'm done. So now what you guys are telling me is earlier Strongman Archives is putting stuff in the right place. World's Strongest Man was putting it in the wrong place. Now you're telling me that World's Strongest Man is putting stuff in the right place, and Strongman Archives is putting stuff in the wrong place. I, all right, who's taking over and doing? Who's doing day 2 for us? I quit. This is just crazy. Probably Sean, but I'm not using logic right now. I'm just watching the stuff going. What the heck is going on? I'm so freaking confused. I am so freaking confused. I mean, they pretty much always allow straps at these things. You've got to believe that it's a good thing that they're allowed to use straps, even though I don't like straps. You got to believe it's a good thing right now. It'd be interesting to see how well they could hold the bar if they weren't allowed to use straps. Be like between 0 and 1 reps. If you got 1 rep, you won. I sort of want to take the blame because it's my stream. So I want to take responsibility for the chaos that we're seeing and stuff like that. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to take the coward's way out and blame World's Strongest Man, blame the weather, blame Myrtle Beach, blame everybody but myself for the stream going to heck. I don't have the sound on. I've got the sound off because I'm talking to you guys, right? But I do hear the wind now. I turned it up because you made me curious. Well, if it doesn't rain, this is about the time that I said it was supposed to stop, but it's only supposed to stay less than a 50% chance. So better chance that it won't rain than it will for about 2 hours. That's it. After that, it's going to be raining for any daylight hours that are left. Did they get anything fixed here yet? No, they're still putting it in the Fingal's fingers on Strongman Archives. About what I expected for Pavlo, to be honest. On my spreadsheet, I had Pavlo. Well, we can look at it later. I'll just put it this way: I had Pavlo not doing good on the deadlift. I did not. For me, the deadlift was all about Novikov, Mitch, Mitchell Hooper, and Trey Mitchell. Those are my top three in the deadlift: Novikov, Hooper, Trey. And then I had Brian Shaw and Matthew Ragg right behind him. So I had Shaw and Ragg neck and neck. And the people I had beating Shaw were Trey Mitchell, Mitchell Hooper, and Alexei Novikov. So, weather notwithstanding, thus far, the deadlift is shaping up exactly as I expected. Though again, Brian Shaw fans, I had Matthew Ragg right there with him. They just tied. But and I thought that actually could happen, to be honest. But I didn't award any half points when I did this. I saw some half points possible and some splits possible. I didn't award that. It's boring and a little bit cowardly to pick people to tie. You got to give a definitive answer. So that half a point loss for Shaw is conceivably not good after he just did the a 3 point performance on the Shield. I don't need to refresh. It's refreshing automatically. Oh. Let's see. We've got just a couple guys remaining. I really can't stand to read the word reps on the screen for the shield carry much longer. It's really aggravating me more than it should. You guys have no idea how much stuff like that bothers me. I'm like very OCD when it comes to labels, and it's just making me upset. Guess I'll refresh the Strongman archive. It seems to be lagging a bit behind. It just loaded as soon as I said that. Of course, of course. Um, so the two sites are on par with one another now. And Strongman Archives has fixed it so that it does say deadlift now instead of fingers. So the boys are far, they're on top of it, I guess. Just took them a second. Far ahead of where they were a moment ago. When you say who has a good deadlift, you have to remember that there's a big difference between max deadlift and deadlift for reps. There's also a big difference between there's a lot of nuance in deadlift. You've got your max, you've got your reps, right? You've got what type of bar it is, whether it's an elephant bar or a normal bar. That amount of give. If it's an elephant bar, guys with big hands are going to have a favor in that. If it's very clingy, how much a guy can really support that strain, the curvature, um, the machine. There's all kinds of things. So when you say people have a good deadlift, yeah, there are guys who are just good deadlifters. But depending upon how the deadlift event is operating, they might give up some of that advantage. Or guys who maybe aren't as good at certain things might pick up a bit of an advantage. Rag has already went. All right then, SpongeBob has spoken. Probably something on there that we can see that we can't see. Or at least my eyes can't make out. Just for the record, first place through 10th place, I had the deadlift go in like this. First place, Alexi. Second place, Mitchell Hooper. Third place, Trey Mitchell. Fourth place, Tom Stoltman. Fifth place, Brian Shaw. Sixth place, Matthew Ragg. Seventh place, Evan Singleton. Eighth place, Jaco Schoonwinkel. Ninth place, Luke. And 10th place, Pavlo. That's how I had it going down on paper. Which again means nothing. So far, my predictions are for this particular event are about as good as you can be. Um, if I would have awarded half points because of ties, I think I'd pretty much be 6 for 6. But I wanted definitive winners. Watching, just so you know, I'm watching both sites simultaneously. I will flash up on the screen whichever one I see pops in first. Ray 7, Alexi 6. That would be the first departure from my prediction. Lexi got 7. Lexi got 7. You got 4 guys who have gotten 7. It's a four-way tie for first right now. Alexei Novikov, Trey Mitchell, Brian Shaw, and Matthew Ragg. So we're just waiting for Mitchell and Tom. Mitch and Tom. Tom and Mitch. Mitch and Tom. Tom and Mitch. Mitch and Tom. Now, if both Mitch and Tom get 7, man, that's a lot of points split. If 6 guys get that, let's see, 10 plus 9. I'm going to do this on the calculator real quick. 10 plus 9 plus 8 plus 7 equals divided by 6. If all 6 get 7, they'd have 7.5 points apiece. You can't really talk about who's in the lead points wise until the event is over. A little premature to do that. You got to at least wait till the event is over. But you can see the points on the screen. That's reflective of event number 1, basically. But we got to hold out to see how Mitchell Hooper and Tom Stoltman are doing to really have a definitive answer there. Michael, it's on the screen, pal. I suppose he could be. He could be visually impaired. That's very possible. And if he is, you just made me sufficiently feel like a jackass. It could be that Michael is simply listening to the audio. So we got nothing to do. We're waiting for numbers to come in. Here you go, Michael. Now, you'll see some people in the chat say stuff about Pavlo here and the BS and all this stuff. So I'm not reading to you the results as people want them, the results as people think they are, or anything else. The official results of the Shield carry: first place Hooper, second place Tom Stoltman, third place Alexei Novikov, fourth place Trey Mitchell, fifth place Evan Singleton, sixth place Pavlo Kordiaka, then Luke Stoltman, then Brian Shaw, then Matthew Ragg, and then Jaco Skunwinkel. Some phones would let you, some phones won't. There are also Zoom apps. And also, if you are visually impaired, you most all phones have a accessibility setting, which you may be taking advantage of or you may not. But depending upon what functions and features are part of your particular model, and that there's there, but there are also apps that you can find in your Play Store, depending upon whether you're an Android person or an Apple person, that will allow you to zoom in on things that don't typically allow you to zoom in on. So you can search around. Looks like we got our points on the world's strongest man. So Hooper takes it with 8. Tom managed 6. So Hooper gets back-to-back wins. So now here's what we have. Again, we had 4 guys with 7 reps. That gives a second place tie for 7.5. So that's a big lead from it. That 8th rep was powerful stuff. That's a 2.5 point rep. It's not just a rep. It's not just an event win. That's a 2.5 point win. So that's like winning 2 events plus. So that 4-person tie there was a big, 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 big help to him. And my pre-week pick of Mitchell Hooper. But again, now we're going to hear some stuff in the chat about Pavlo, I'm sure. So anyway, so we look at it. The deadlift goes like this: a win for Hooper with 8, Novikov, Trey Mitchell, Brian Shaw, Matthew Ragg, all tie for second at 7.5. Tom Stoltman next at 5 points. Evan Singleton and Jaco Schoonwinkel at 3.5 points with a tie. Then Pavlo Kordiaka and Luke Stoltman. And point wise, with the exception of Hooper slightly performing better, this almost ran off the way. Um, it almost ran the way that I called. Um, Basically switched Hooper and Novikov there. So that's the deadlift. When we look at the total points, then we see that Mitchell Hooper is in first. Alexei Novikov is in second. Trey Mitchell is in third with a half a point lead over Tom Stoltman. Brian Shaw is next at 10.5. Matthew Ragg and Evan Singleton are right there, 9.5. Pavlo with 7 points. Luke Stoltman 5. Jaco Schoonwinkel at 4.5. See where you guys are at. Results are in. Destroyer. Hooper at first place in all events he was in so far. Must be a record. It's actually not first place in all the events he was in. In the qualifier, he did have a second. Uh, Half is actually pretty good for Brian. At least what I yeah, I had Brian getting 6 points in the deadlift. So the fact that he was able to match the other performers, that 2.5 points was great for Mitchell Hooper. But the fact that Brian got up there, I have him picking up a point and a half over what I thought he would have in the competition this far. Now, after the Shield he scored. I think he was down 3 points from where I thought. So I basically have the deadlift picking him up half of what I had thought he lost in the Shield. So I think Brian should be pleased with that. I think Brian should be very pleased with that, especially going into the fingers, assuming we even do the fingers. Maybe we'll just cut it now because of everything. I don't know. But I will say this: to have a 4.5 point advantage after two events, that's powerful stuff. That's a pretty big lead after two freaking events. Well, Hooper definitely looks like the man to beat so far. And even though he didn't win the my spreadsheet battle last night, he tied for second, 1 point behind first. Even though I think he's going to win, I thought he was going to win, and I don't think it's going to go the way my spreadsheet battle came out. It's still interesting. I'm still entertained by my little mythical rundown. But anyway, I believe most of us, I believe most of us can agree that if Mitchell Hooper, for whatever reason, does not win the 2023 World's Strongest Man, I believe most of us could maintain and could agree that at some point, barring tragedy or something like that, at some point, Mitchell Hooper will wear the title of World's Strongest Man. It's pretty much inevitable that he's going to win a title at some point, if not this year, right? Tell me how wrong I am. I did not have Evan performing very well in the deadlift. He had a seventh place finish on the deadlift, and I had him finishing, I believe, seventh. I don't want to lie to you guys. Let's make sure. Resort it. He finished seventh on the deadlift. I had him finishing seventh on the deadlift. They might have said that about Mateusz. I didn't say that about Mateusz, and it could still happen. You know what's crazy? Not only is Mitchell Hooper performing at this level, when he got invited to the World's Strongest Man last year, he had essentially never competed, never did the stuff. Comes out there, beats Brian for the qualifier, making Brian the first time he doesn't win his qualifying heat since the very first time he did it. Has a great qualifier, doesn't do so well in the finals, but he opened all of our eyes and blew our minds there. But he had never competed. You watch the rookie video that he talked about there, and they basically say that had he not been invited to compete in World's Strongest Man last year, he wouldn't even be competing in the sport today. He wouldn't be competing. He's only there because some of his videos went viral, got shared, and that got him invited to the World's Strongest Man. Um, or we wouldn't even see him. We wouldn't even know who he is. You can make an argument that he's the best strongman alive today, right now, currently. And if not for social media and some things going viral, we wouldn't know who he is. We would have never seen him compete, and we would not have been exposed to his greatness yet. That's crazy to think about. It makes you wonder who else is out there that we don't know about. I've added more certifications, but I'm actually not doing much with cybersecurity. Just collecting certifications. The marketing business that I run keeps me pretty busy. Um, I get to do a fair amount of programming for some of my clients when I'm building things, but anyway, I lift on occasion, every once in a while. This time last year, I had more experience doing different strongman events than Mitchell Hooper. Last year, he made the World's Strongest Man final, beat Brian Shaw in the qualifiers, had event wins, went on to have an amazing year after that, and is leading the pack right now. His story is truly incredible. You can see a little footage in the downtime that we have now by going and watching the little documentary he posted on this page yesterday. It opens with him doing a vehicle pull. Um, he's not doing it in a competition; he's just training. But you can go check it out. The documentary is well worth watching. It's short; it's only like 17 minutes long. Um, Laws has been helping him train with that. He says he's gotten a lot better. Mitchell says he's gotten a lot better. I don't know. I I gave him a lot of points on the bus pool, but not a lot of points, depending upon again what you consider to be a lot of points. Based on what Strongman Archives has to say and what I've seen, I wanted to give him like 3 or 4 points, so bottom half, based upon what he and Laws have said about him and the improvements he's made, and how virtually every prediction he seems to make is pretty eerily accurate. It doesn't seem like he blows a lot of smoke. I gave him a fourth place finish in the bus pool. I feel like that's a lot of points. I feel like that's me being generous. But if what he and Laws says is true, the growth that he has shown, the improvement that he has shown in things, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. The guy seems to not only improve at stuff that he did as well, but he improves a lot of stuff that he doesn't do well once he's seen it more than once or twice. He seems to pick things up really, really well. And they say he has grown a lot. So I feel like a fourth place finish, um, 7 points. I do feel like I'm being generous, but I don't think I'm being outlandish. We'll see. Speculation does none of us any good. It's all about how they perform, right? Yeah, Roy, I do think he's probably guilty of using performance enhancers, and everyone else is clean. Clean, clean, clean. I think Mitchell's secret is he actually uses BCAAs. That's one extra A for those listening. He uses BCAAs. That's branch chain awesome amino acids. That's his secret. Most guys are stuck with BCAAs. He's stuck with BCAAs. And that's what sets Mitchell Hooper apart from the other guys. It's that extra A. I think it's time that we check this over here, even though they're not going to post anything. They still got the same thing about the bleachers. No updates on the stupid Twitter. Wow. It's very bright and sunny in Myrtle Beach now. Look at this. It's changed dramatically in the last 20 minutes. Clear skies, bright. Winds are still going like nuts, but checking the Facebook page now. No updates on Facebook or Twitter in regards to fingers. We might be done for the day. I don't know if you guys want to hop off and leave or not. Um, I'm not going anywhere until I know for sure. But I just lied. I am going somewhere to tinkle. He might be able to beat Chuck Norris with a single R, but there's no way he can beat Chuck double R Norris. I don't care how much creatine he takes. Supposed to do 3 events today, 3 events tomorrow, but what they're supposed to do and what they actually do may be very different. Let's see here. I should be good on bus pulling them down again, making sure I got all the fingers. Thinking there's no way. Now, as far as Tom doing well on fingers, so Laws and Liz said that. I suspected he would be, um, for his height, for the fact that he's got more experience than a lot of these guys, so you would have thought he'd seen him. But when I looked at least in national, international, where you can actually see rather than what some of they've done in these regional shows, it did not look like history told the same tale that you would expect or what Laws and Liz were saying. It actually looked like Tom is not that good at the fingers. And it, exactly, I thought the same thing. When I first saw the fingers, I thought Brian and Tom should be one and two. When I looked at how guys have done, there wasn't a whole lot of finger information to pull from. So he still might get two, because most of these guys haven't done it and there's nothing to pull from really. Most of these guys have either never done the fingers or they've only done it as part of a medley where there's a single finger at the very most two. They're lighter, so it doesn't really tell the tale if you know what I'm trying to say. So he might still do well because he's got more experience than these guys and things. But when I looked at his numbers, they were not very. They didn't say Tom is a great finger flipper. It looks like Tom doesn't flip a lot of fingers. So um, we'll see. Well, instead of just talking about it, why don't we take a look? Why don't we just take a look? How about that? All right. So according to Strongman Archive, he hasn't done these things since 2017, at least not in a competition that's big or worth talking about. And there they went from 145 to 170 kilograms, and that was good. It was part of the World's Strongest Man way back then, Group 1. It was good for fifth out of sixth. So he only managed to do better than one person. That was way back in 2017. According to this, unless it's in a minor competition, which I don't have access to, he hasn't touched these things in 6 years. And when he did, you're looking at the results right there. Disclosure, I believe I still gave Tom a fifth place finish, which was good for, the upper half, the last position in the top half. I think that's what I gave. I'd have to check the spreadsheet again to see. Kind of weird that they don't do it more because for several years, that was a staple at strongman competitions. It was almost like the Atlas Stones. You were going to see the Fingal's fingers, and then they kind of got away from it, and now it rarely shows up. Fingal Fingers is set to begin at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's 3:30 my time. That's still an hour and a half away. So they say they're going to do it. They're going to do it in about an hour and a half from now. Um, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna take a look at the weather report again real quickly. If they do that, according to what I'm seeing, they will. Let me do a refresh. Maybe this has changed. 3, 4. Okay, it has changed a little bit for them. From what I was seeing before, it looked like if they did that, they were going to have 30 minutes or less to get it in. It looks like it's a little better than that now. So it's still about a 50-50 chance. So they're either going to have, it's basically a 50-50 chance from uh, 4 o'clock their time. They should be doing it right now. I guess we're letting the guys rest a little more. But basically, at 4, there's basically a 50-50 chance of it raining for the next hour and a half. So it may or may not rain when they do the Fingal's Fingers. Right now, it's a flip of the coin. It looks good there right now. Let's go back and check the cam. I mean, it looks good there right now. They should be taking advantage of it while they can. Like I said, all I can say is they're obviously letting the guys rest, and I understand that. But if the goal is to get it in out of the rain, they should probably be getting everything set up and rocking and rolling right now and not waiting another hour and a half. It seems to me like they're wasting a prime hour and a half of weather time that they may not have later. If they start it now or close to now, they'd have about 2 hours, and they're going to basically pencil themselves in for 30 minutes and finger crossing. They're going to be doing this. They could just get the stage set up and go now. I don't think they're making a good choice here if they want to get the event in and if they want to keep the rain off. Again, I understand why they're doing what I think they're doing, and it's for athlete recovery and obviously getting the stage and stuff set up. I don't think it takes that much time to get set up. They should have basically have most things ready to rock and roll in anticipation of going. Um, I think the smarter thing to do is to try to get it in while you can rather than wait and hope that you can. And yes, it means that the athletes are spent. Yes, it means you may not get their best performance, but they're all basically under, they're all, they're all basically working at the same level, right? If one's tired, they're all tired. So it's like, okay, they're not going to give you potentially that you're not going to get 100% of their best performance. They're still going to prove what they're there to prove, which is who's the best. So I say get it in. Obviously, they're not listening to me. They don't care what I think. They don't care what any of us think. And I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that the weather cooperates, that they're smarter and wiser than I am, and that they're making the right choice. But if I was the guy calling the shots, I'd be hustling to get it in now. How many we got live right now? Probably not that many. 50 apparently. That's more than I would have thought would be sitting here. Do you guys realize there's quite some time before they go, like an hour and a half, right? You guys want to sit here with me for an hour and a half? Highest view of the day 114. Our peak was at 114 people. Hey, you know what you guys need to do? You guys need to like and subscribe to my channel. That's what you need to do. I hadn't, given the free plug in a while. So the shameless self promotion. Check my view counts from yesterday on some of my videos. Let's see. It looks like I got some comments I need to respond to on one of them. So I had to leave a snarky comment to someone. They told me that I was smoking glue, but they did your Y-O-U-R. So I had to let them know how to spell your Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. So yeah, it's all good. I think we could all benefit from a nap, right? What do you think? Should we all just do like a big group cuddle? My dogs are going crazy today, guys. They're not settling down at all. Something's got them bothered. Sure, what it is. You want Mitchell Hooper to hug you like he hugged the Shield. Does that mean you want him to break you? Or you want him to carry you? Or. Hmm, I have more questions than answers now. All right, let's do some typing. The weights of the fingers. Maybe. Let's go over here and go back here. Boom. We'll click on here. Boom. 145 kilograms to 172 kilograms. So that's 27 kilograms, 5 of them. So 3 of them between 27. So we can safely assume they go up by 9 apiece. Is that right or wrong? They go up by 154 would be the 2, 163, 172. No. 27 split to 4. So they're probably not going to increase the same amount each time. So I don't know what all they are, but roughly a little less than 7 kilogram a piece each time they go up, 6.75, which may be really accurate. It may not be at all. We got the heaviest one and we got the lightest one. The lightest one's 145. The heaviest one is 172. Wet fingers always work better, so they wait for the rain. Depending upon what we're talking about, you may or may not have a point, but as I like to remind you guys, I'm a licensed minister, so there's certain conversations that I can't take part in, so you might be on your own. I feel like I need to put the soda in the fridge. It has lost its coldness, and that doesn't work for me. Used motor oil? What are you talking about? This is the nectar of the gods. When I die, they're going to put a couple of these containers in my casket, along with 10 pounds of buffalo wings and a gallon of chocolate ice cream. That's how I want to be buried. I want to be buried with wings, chocolate ice cream, and Diet Dr. Pepper. I am not currently serving as a pastor. I do still preach from time to time when churches call me out and ask me to do so. Ah, yeah. Um, I'm not gonna flood the chat with a bunch of faith-based talk and stuff. Not because I'm ashamed of it. I definitely am not. But I know that's not what people are here for, and I'm gonna respect that. But if you like to have those talks, you can certainly send me a message or look me up on different channels or whatever, and we can talk it up all you want. But I'll respect why everybody's here. So tired. Has anybody got any good stretches or websites that they can suggest to go to stretches for pain right through here? I feel like I'm in pain 24/7, and it's not taking away any like strength at the gym, but like everything is just ow. Like even like it doesn't matter. Like if I am benching, even like 135 pounds, it hurts. If I'm curling, just a 15-pound dumbbell or something, it hurts bad. Again, it's not it doesn't seem to be cutting into my strength. I can still bench press 400. I can curl really heavy dumbbells, even though I don't like dumbbell work and do other stuff. The strength is there, but the pain is just excruciating. Hey Caesar, you need to lay down, pal. You need to lay down, big guy. I mentioned the casket and chocolate ice cream and wings. And now you guys know as soon as this day is over, I'm going to the store to get some chocolate ice cream and wings, right? I don't think I'm man enough for the ice bath. Um, who was it? Oh, Eddie, Eddie Hall. He had he had uh what's the boxer? He had Tyson Fury's brother on there, Tommy Fury, the other day, and Tommy Fury did not like that ice bath. And I think I'm very much like Tommy Fury there. I don't want any part of those ice baths. I shared with you guys earlier, I have a very high pain threshold. I can handle pain. When it comes to temperatures, I am a big sissy. Oil massage. That sounds good, especially like um never mind. Never mind. Let's review. We haven't done this in a while. The day started with the shield carry. That was a win for Mitchell Hooper. Second place for Tom Stoltman. Third place for Alexi. Fourth place for Trey Mitchell. Fifth place for Evan Singleton. Sixth place for Pavel Kordiaka, but not without some drama, not without some controversy. It appears that he had walked with the weight enough for a first place finish, however, did not cross the line, and as a result, was discounted that 20-meter lap. Luke Stoltman with 4 points, Brian Shaw with an 8th place finish, getting 3 points, Matthew Ragg 9th place, 2 points, Jaco Skunwinkel 1 point for a last place finish in the shield carry. Then we went to the deadlift. Mitchell Hooper won that for 2 for 2. Alexei Novikov, Trey Mitchell, Brian Shaw, Matthew Ragg, big group of guys, all of them tying for second place. That means they have to split all those points. That's good for only 7.5 apiece, which means that win that Hooper got, that extra rep is worth a lot of points. That's 2.5 points of breathing room between him and second place for the event. Then Tom Stoltman gets 5. It works the opposite for him. 2.5 points of breathing room to Mitchell Hooper, 2.5 points of catch up for Tom Stoltman for only 6 reps. Evan Singleton, 5 reps gets him 3.5 points because Jaco Skunwinkel managed the same. Pavel Kordiaka only 4 reps, and Luke Stoltman only 3 reps for a single point in the deadlift. Your total points puts Mitchell Hooper on top comfortably, 4.5 points over Alexi for second, Trey Mitchell in third, clinging to it above reigning defending champion Tom Stoltman. Trey with 14.5, Tom with 14. Pretty big drop down there to Brian Shaw in fifth, and he's not comfortably there because he's got company with Matthew Ragg and Evan Singleton nipping at his heels. That's where we're at after 2 events and a very, very rainy day in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Out of curiosity, I have never used one. I'm not a big fan of them, but this question is not about what I have used or what I'm a fan of. It is a question to you guys. Bench press. Is there anyone out there that has used the slingshot device? I have some questions about it, even though I've never used one and have not been a fan about them traditionally. But that doesn't stop me from having some questions and curiosities, and I'd like to know from some people who use them. Anyone use the slingshot? Kind of hard to explain without showing it, but it is It's a sleeve that essentially braces across your chest and goes up your arms. Boom, here, here, braces across here. What it does is it takes resistance away on the way down, almost like you have to pull the bar down to your chest and helps you push back up. The theory behind it is that it's less wear and tear on your joints and puts you in the proper position to really activate your triceps and the right thing so that you're not out. It's supposed to help your lifting, it's supposed to help you not hurt as bad. Um, it's supposed to help you get more reps in and stuff of that nature. I've always shied away from it because I'm against a lot of equipment. I like raw and stuff like that. But if it helps me train and not be injured or hurt, that's fine unless it's just a placebo where you're using more and it's taking the work away from you. That's why you don't feel it. One of the questions I had was assuming it increases your bench. I ignore everyone who gives me a number while they're wearing the slingshot. I'm like, okay, I don't care what you do while you're wearing that. My question though is if you do use it to train with, when you take the sucker off, is it helping your non slingshot numbers as well? So, in other words, can you use it as a training tool to stave away injury and help you get extra work done? But when you take the thing off, you still notice the gains that you've been experiencing. If you don't, then again, I'll just stick with staying away from it. I don't know if it's primarily used to keep your elbows in, but that's one of the things it does for you. And I don't really think if that's all it would do, and I don't think it is, I don't think I would need it from that status because I have pretty good bench form and I don't flare my elbows out wide. They're very much locked in close to me. So if that's all it would give you, and I don't think it is, I wouldn't pick up anything from it anyway. But I've never used it, haven't really cared to. But I'm getting older and I'm getting a little bit tired of paying. So I thought I would just ask and see if there's anyone out there using it who could maybe answer some of my queries. Just curious. You don't use a belt for training at all or for certain things. I got away from using a belt um, earlier this year when I was doing squats and deadlift. And can we talk? Can we talk? This is not going to be a fun conversation, but can we talk? Um, Embarrassing time. Confessions on the internet to strangers who can see my face, and I am not. I'm going to overshare. This is not smart. When I got rid of the belt for squats and deadlift earlier this year, I noticed that I quickly had some problems with hemorrhoids. And so I put that belt back on. Hmm. I'm known for giving too much info. I'm okay with that. It's biology, man. It's biology. I really don't like straps. I avoid them at most all costs. I don't really like them. I've been thinking about getting some of the figure eight straps. Has anyone used figure eight straps? I will say that I feel like I need to use straps more now. Last year, you guys were here. I talked about injuring myself taking kid rock climbing. This finger still does not work properly, and it's got like almost no grip in it whatsoever. So I feel like my grip is severely hampered over what happened before I went rock climbing and fell and dislocated that sucker. Right hand, fine. This finger, which, if you know about grip, is a pretty important finger on your hand, it's basically useless. I can't really do anything with it. It's uncomfortable to move. It has no strength. And I was told it would come back and work properly after about 6 to 12 weeks. Well, like 60 weeks later, that hasn't proven to be true. I'm looking at it now in comparison to the other one. It's actually still quite a bit larger than the other one. It's weird. Definitely need strap help with axle bar. My hands are just really, really small. I have tiny hands. Tiny, tiny hands. Actually, I know I have big feet for someone my size because people talk about shoe size. I actually don't know because people don't really talk about like hand size, glove size. For a guy as short as me, maybe my hands aren't small. I don't know, but I just know that large hands overall, they really don't come in 5'3", 5'4" packages. So I feel like my hands are small, but maybe they're okay or whatever for someone of my stature. My stature. But yeah. Yep. Supposed to be. I mean, they say it is, but I think they screwed up because they decided to advertise the time out a couple hours ahead of where they were, and the weather has been at a premium all day. There's good weather now, and they're not taking advantage of it. So I kind of think they're making a mistake, but I want to be wrong. I don't want to say I told you so. I want to say, wow, they were really smart about that. I'm not bored at all. Not at all. Jimmy crack corn. Boom, boom. Welcome back, strongman nerds. You get to spin. Welcome back, strongman nerds. Whoa, cool. Interesting. I picked up a subscriber from a Schoonwinkle. That's pretty cool considering there's a Schoonwinkle competing. That's pretty interesting. They said the fingers are on, so I guess they don't want to mess up the day-to-day events. Um, I just think they should be leveraging the time that they have right now. That's my opinion. They should be getting it in now. Which I guess while we're waiting, now's a good time to check and see what's happened to the weather in the last half hour or so. Things can change pretty quickly. Okay, as of right now, um, no rain, no rain, no rain. Same as it was earlier, basically. They got right around a 45 to 50% chance of the rain hitting them about a half hour after they start. So when they kick it off, they're gonna have to get it in quick. There can't be any loafing. They're on the screen, Isaac. They're on the screen. Now they're in order from first place to last place. This column right here. Suppose I could make it a teeny tiny bit bigger if I crop off the number here and zoom in. It wouldn't make it much of a difference, but would make it a little bigger, I guess. Yeah. I don't usually use straps, but I am thinking about switching and getting myself some figure eights. It depends on the straps. Hmm. Hmm. There's nothing wrong with that at all. You're downplaying your. I mean, I don't know how much you weigh, but I really don't care how much you weigh. That's a good deadlift. That's about where I am. Yeah, I agree with Andreas. That's really good. I had to look and see if the pounds is what I was thinking, but that's about where I am. I feel like I feel like there's very, very, very few individuals walking the planet Earth that can deadlift 600 plus pounds. Obviously, the guys that we're watching today are those guys, but it's not normal. There's very, 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 very few people walking planet Earth that can lift 500 pounds off the ground. There's not a ton of them that can lift 400 pounds off the ground. So once you pass 400 and 500 and 600 pounds, or 200 kg plus, you're in a very elite level of human beings. Um, about 45 minutes from now. I'd say if they keep letting people alter the bench rules more and more and more with bringing their butts off the seats and arching their back to in inhuman positions. I don't even know how people can get in those positions and position themselves so that you only need a 1 inch range of motion bench press. Things keep working on that. We're probably just about 4 days away from the world bench press record being higher than the deadlift record. I say this jokingly, tongue in cheek, but also kind of serious. I don't really like what has happened to bench over the last several years. I don't have much problem with sumo. I know it bothers a lot of people. It doesn't bother me, and I don't think the arched back is similar. But um, I don't. I don't like the weights are moving. I don't like calling it a bench. I mean, you got to move the bar. Sometimes I feel like they unrack it and they've also racked it at the exact same time. Like it never moves. But I also can't fault them. I wished I had enough flexibility and agility to put myself in those kind of positions. I'm like, wow, how do you even do that? I thought humans were vertebrates, but it doesn't look like we are. I mean, it looks like some of us are jellyfish because I'm like, how did you get in that position? Perhaps I'm just jealous. Mm. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm fine if people want to. They don't have to have their feet flat, but you do need to have your feet touching the floor. You can have a little bit of toe action if you wanted, I suppose. But I also say that because my legs are so short. Here's a little another secret for you. My legs are so short that in most benches, not all, but most benches, I struggle to actually get my even my toes, let alone forget the flat. I usually have to slide a bumper plate or a 45-pound plate to the bottom of the bench so I can put my feet on the plates, which is allowed in competition, by the way, because I can't touch the floor. So feel free to ridicule me and mock the short guy. I'm used to it. It's been happening my whole life. Let me hear it. You're not going to say anything I haven't heard before. But yeah, my feet don't usually touch the floor on the bench, and I have to put something on the floor to put my feet on the floor. I never really used any sort of leg drive. I'm trying to improve that as we speak. Like that's something I'm really trying to put concerted effort into right now on my bench is utilizing leg drive. I've always just been move it with the chest and triceps, totally an upper body movement. I don't get any kind of thing with the legs. I've never really viewed it as cheating. I just never did. Maybe I did think it was cheating when I was younger. I don't know. Um, I would like to learn how to do some leg drive, but I can't seem to get it. I feel like the more I try to incorporate it in, just the stranger it feels. And I don't know. I guess we get used to doing something after decades and decades of doing it, and you try to change something else up, and it just feels weird. We've got some fingers coming in, so they must have started a little bit early, and I'm glad they did. I'm glad they did. Probably also means a lot of guys aren't going to come back in time now. Four fingers for Luke, all five for Cordiaca. There's no time there. I would think there'd be a time component. Are they not going to do anything for time? Is it just going to be 100% how many fingers are flipped? Same way it is on the same way it is on the World's Strongest Man site. So I look there. Well, I guess if they're not going to give us that, I guess I expect to see a lot of split points here. There we go. There's the times. They just trickled in on the World's Strongest Man website. Okay. That's what I was waiting for. I was thinking, man, if it's just strictly the number of fingers flipped, then it's going to get crazy real fast. Congratulations. All of you get 8 points, and all of you get 3 points. Walk away. They don't have it updated on Strongman archives yet, but there it is on the World's Strongest Man website. So Now they got Strongman Archives updated. We told the guys when they were coming back, but that was based upon the information that they had provided us with. I'm guessing they saw what I saw and it's like, hey, the weather's coming in, we better jump on this now. Kudos to them. But it also means a lot of people who left are going to come back and be like, hey, I thought you guys said, and they'll be like, well, that's what they said. But for those of us who stuck around to wait, whatever. Sorry. They are going. It is happening as we speak, sir. I thought out of all of the events, the fingers were the hardest to predict, simply because they are so rare nowadays. What used to be a strongman staple was in almost all events. Now it's quite rare, and they don't hardly ever do it. So I thought that made it really hard to predict the Fingal's fingers. Don't really know what to expect out of this one. I looked at it. I couldn't really make anything out. I'll flip over for you just a quick so you guys can see. It may be because I don't know what we're supposed to be looking for or at on here. Um, I can't figure out. Not enough detail, not enough size. I don't know. I'll keep watching, just in glancing over, just in case I see something there. But I didn't see anything that looked like a one Pavlo or Luke Stoltman to me on there. I do see some kids wrestling now. Oh, it looks like this other kid's got the he's got this kid pinned on top. Punch him in the head. Little kid is whooping up on the big kid. But now big kid has got up and chasing little kid. Uh oh, big kid's on top of little kid now. I can't tell if they're playing or they're fighting. Well, he sort of just kicked him while he was down, so uh, if they're playing pretty rough. It's kids have got me distracted. Oh, a knee. A knee to the stomach. These little fellas right here. He's got the windmill going. Oh, it looked like maybe a kick to the crotch. Kid in the orange shirt's smaller, but he's feisty. The tall kid gave him the big brother head on the hand treatment there. Oh, another charging kick. Oh. Let's see. How did I predict Hooper's placement in this? I think I said earlier, but I don't remember, so I'll check. Um, I gave Mitchell Hooper a sixth place finish in the fingers. 5 points. But he could go out and get 10 for all I know. I'm not counting him out of anything. Like I said, this I felt like this event was just really guesswork. There's so few guys who have quantifiable experience doing it, and those who haven't done it in competition in a long time. It just felt like it was guesswork. Let's check our other one real quick. Still just the two there. Well, sometimes they say it's better to be lucky than good, but if you can do both at the same time, that's a pretty winning combination. Sort of make your own luck sometimes. So I need to pee again, but I don't want to leave all of this exciting spreadsheet action behind. If we do, he's not speaking. You guys talk amongst yourself and do me a favor. Again, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. When I come back, I want to see some chat behavior here that I have to tell you guys to knock it off. Let's hear some battles. Someone make some trouble. Someone be the Evan Singleton of the chat. said to be rude and hateful to one another. I didn't say to spam the chat with emojis. Start calling each other fat and stupid and smelly and whatever. Tell everybody that their opinions are wrong and dumb. Okay, so if Mitchell Hooper finishes day one with 30 points after winning 4 out of 5 events outright in the qualifier and close second in that fifth event, so almost max points in the qualifier. What do you think? Do they give him a blanket party tonight? Does everybody go into his room and hold him down and beat him with bars of soap? Or uh, does he maybe have a Nancy Kerrigan issue tomorrow or tonight in the hotel? Does something magically happen to Mitchell Hooper if he goes 3 for 3? there are probably young people in this chat who don't know what I'm talking about when I say Nancy Kerrigan. Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan, it probably means nothing to them. What do you mean by no time? The times are on the screen. Well, I think you guys are pretty lucky. If this was live, you wouldn't get to look at my pretty face all week long or hear my excellent thoughts on the matter. The only reason you guys are acquainted with me is because World's Strongest Man isn't showing it live. And let's face it, I'm definitely making all of your lives better. So you really should send them thank you cards. Quick peek. Uh, so we start at 8 a.m. tomorrow, like we have every other day. I'll probably have to duck out in the middle to go to church and leave you guys staring at a screen for about 45 minutes or so, and then come back. You just left Myrtle Beach? Why would you leave Myrtle Beach now? Yeah, I think I'm only gonna go for just enough time to get there and maybe catch one song. Well, maybe catch one song. That's about it. Hear the sermon and come home. Church is about 7 to 10 minutes away. Yes, seven. It's definitely no more than that. 7 minutes away. So about a 30-minute sermon. Time there, time back. That's it. I'm not gonna go do everything. Um, so if I was doing the entire thing, it would take a couple hours. But I think I'm just gonna go partake in the sermon and then come back because I don't want to abandon you guys that long. And I've been here the entire time. I'm running the stream, all that other stuff. So yeah, I'll probably duck out for about 45 minutes total time. Greetings. Gee whiz. Well, enjoy that drive. Better you than me. I have not been to the UK. I have never left the US of A. Actually, fine, I might have touched down in Canada once, but didn't leave the airport. If he is very confident that he will win every event in the final, and he does it, well, wow. Um, so we'll see. I didn't hear that, um, but if he said it, great. But as I always say, if you make those claims, then you have to deliver. It'd be cool to watch that dominant performance, and I don't want to. I never like rooting against anyone, but I don't want to see that. It'd be fun to see. It'd be fun to remember. It'd make for some good content for me later to make videos and stuff like that. But I like tight contests. So I want to see seesaw matchups back and forth. That's the drama I want to see as it play out. Like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? Who's going to do it? Um, that's fun for me as a viewer, as a fan. That's what I like. That's what speaks to me. Um, so I don't want to see it from a selfish standpoint, but from a cool to watch and content standpoint, that'd be really neat. I'd have to go back and check. I want to say yes, but I'm not sure about that. But if they have, it hasn't happened in a long, 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 long time. It would be early when the sport was not really a sport. I'd have to go check. Every event is a pretty tough task. That sort of backs up what I was thinking, but maybe he said that there, and he just came from there, he says. But and I think first to fifth is a decent belief because when I looked at it, I thought the first to fifth guys could really be in just about any order, and even the sixth. I looked at like the top six and these events, and I was like, man, I don't know what to do with this. I could see it going 100 different ways, multiple different podiums, multiple different winners. I feel like this today and tomorrow, or yeah, today and tomorrow could play out a bunch of different ways, um, which is pretty cool in my opinion. So Tom got five, Brian only got four. That is unexpected. Um, Not so much that Tom got five. To me, it's unexpected that Brian got four. This was the one event where I went out there and I gave Brian full points because so few guys have experience. He's got a lot of it and is very good at it. I know he's slow. I know all the stuff against him: slowing down, age, tired, leg infection. I know it all, but I still thought that this was like a real saving grace for Brian. Um, that 4 and 2661 is pretty fast. Um, Shame. That might have been it for the Brian Shaw story. We should still give him some props. He gave us some good memories in his final go here. I think Thor is a much better strongman than Eddie Hall. I don't like telling people how to feel or what their opinions is, but while we're waiting for some of these results to trickle in, we'll just take a quick detour and we'll look at some Thor and Eddie information. There's a lot of stuff that we could look at here, and luckily these two have kind of patched things up, so they don't, you know, it is what it is. But what we will say is, if we look at Thor's information here, he competed in 62 international contests with 28 wins. That's a near 50% winning percentage. 11 national contests with 10 wins, so well over 90%. 9 times he went to the World's Strongest Man, and he made the finals all 9 times. Eddie Hall, 23 international contests, 3 wins, so about 12%. 6 out of 8 nationals, 75%. Went to the World's Strongest Man 6 times and made the final 4. Do with that information what you will. I don't really care much about the 500 501 stuff. I don't care about that at all. To me, that's two giant men bickering and being petty like 7-year-old kids in a schoolyard. I don't care about that. As far as 500 being more impactful for the sport, that's the only pick and choose your battle or whatever that I really care to get into it is. I don't disagree with that at all. I think Thor would agree with that, mainly because Thor does agree with that. He said that one of the tribute videos he had recently after They had their little boxing match and stuff. He specifically gave Eddie Hall his props and said that he has nothing against Eddie, and he wanted to thank Eddie for the 500-pound deadlift. He hoped they could put it behind him, but he inspired him. He inspired many. He would have never thought that a 500-kilogram deadlift was possible if it hadn't been for Eddie Hall. So it inspired him and inspired other strongmen to reach for new heights, to think of new possibilities. So I can't disagree with you because it would seem like Thor doesn't disagree with you. But that bigger for the sport or more impactful for the sport, that doesn't say who was the better strongman either. I was never Team Thor or Team Eddie. I didn't care about that stuff. I'm Team Strongman. So I'm glad that stuff is over with. The chess speaks for itself. 4 fingers for Matthew Ragg, 5 fingers for Alexi. Time incoming. The chess speaks for itself. I wish my brother would stop coughing. Boom, 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 boom. 5 and 42.26 for Alexi. So Thomas still in first. It felt a little bit gutted for Mr. Bryan that he didn't get the fifth one. I will say that 26, if you don't get all 5, it's probably going to be kind of hard to get 4 at a faster time than that 26. So Bryan is probably going to get the most points possible from the second tier of guys, whatever that is worth. And I say probably because that may not be the case. We never know. Things happen the way they happen, right? We have Ray Mitchell and Mitchell Hooper. It's first name versus last name. Which Mitchell will reign supreme? Is anybody going to stick around for my recap when this is done, or when the results are over, you guys just closing your little browsers and closing your little YouTube apps? Try to post a video. No promises. And you guys may not care. You may just be about the events. I'll try to find some footage that I think won't be copyright strict or whatever. See if I can't find something and make a video tonight. See it like I did last year. See if we can't at least find some clips to gawk at for a moment. Mitchell will beat Mitchell easy. I don't know if it'll be easy. It could be quite the tough battle between Mitchell and Mitchell. You don't know that it'll be easily, but I agree that Mitchell will beat Mitchell. You guys say that you've seen the video and what happened. It slipped and stuff. What do we mean by slipped? I mean, when you're talking about finger and it's up there, I get a bit worried. Like, the fingers are a potentially dangerous thing. When it slips, it could cause. You can be lucky that you're not, seriously injured. So, what did this video look like? Does it look bad? Um, how did it slip? What was it? No, Brian won't stay to Arnold. Brian is. He's got one competition left. It's the Shaw Classic. And if he is to be believed, he's done after that. So this is his last World's Strongest Man and his second to last, or next to last, event ever. He's going to compete in the Shaw Classic this summer, and then he's done. If he is to be believed. Again, pro athletes retire all the time. But that's Brian's plan. There's this event, there's the Shaw Classic, there's walk away from the sport. Mitchell versus Mitchell. First name versus last name. Nobody's hurt that we know of. I think Trey Mitchell will get all five. Which Mitchell wins in a boxing match? If it ends in the first round, Trey. If it goes more than one round, Mitchell Hooper. Nope. This was Mark Felix's last World's Strongest Man, too. This is Brian and Mark's final World's Strongest Man, both of them. I would argue that it should have been Mark's final a long time ago. They should have stopped inviting him. And that's not because I don't like him. It has nothing to do with how I feel about him. It has to do with who I feel deserves to be there and whether or not we have the best guys there each year. I can't speak for anybody else, only myself, but I don't I don't watch World's Strongest Man to root for a specific person or to cheer on a specific person. I I follow this event because I want to see the best in the world against the best in the world so that when it's over and we crown someone the world's strongest man, we know that that's exactly who and what they were. The waiting game continues. Isn't it exciting? Is this everything you wanted and more? Boop de boop de boop. Boop de boop de boop. Give Liberal the results so he can give us the results. Well, this is pretty fun, right? Come on, Mitchell. You guys don't know who I'm cheering for when I say that. That's what's great about this. Let's go, Mitchell. Hey, you guys have no idea what that means. They both got 5 fingers, as I predicted. So, to the person who said, "Hey, I don't think Trey gets 5 fingers," I told you that he would. So, take that. I don't really care. And I don't remember who said it, but anyway. Uh, Now we just have to wait for the times. Times are important, right? The Strongman Archives has reported 5 fingers for both. But now we're awaiting some times. What are the times? Give us the times. There we go. Boom. We got all of our information here. So here's your Fingal Fingers rundown. Tom Stoltman wins your fingers at 5 and 39.36. Alexei Novikov takes second in 42.26. Trey Mitchell, third place, 48.46. You couldn't ask for it much closer than that. 48.69 for fourth place, Pavlo. Evan Singleton, 5 and 49.85. Well, I said you couldn't ask for it much closer. Apparently you can, because Singleton bested Mitchell Hooper by 4/100ths of a second. That's how close you can get. 5 points for Mitchell Hooper, a sixth place position there. That'll knock him down. He'll still have the lead, but that's about as all the points that he could afford. Seventh for Luke, or eighth for Luke. Oh, seventh for Brian. I skipped Brian. Eighth for Luke. There we go. Matthew, ninth. 10th place for Schoonwinkel. Total points at the top of the leaderboard by a half a point. Mitchell Hooper over Alexei Novikov. Tom Stoltman in the third place position. So this is exactly like I thought the event was going to end before I did my little stupid spreadsheet thing last night and messed everything up for myself. Then Trey Mitchell in fourth. I did expect him to come in fifth, and Pavlo in fourth. That seems to have messed up a little bit. So we've got Stoltman in third, Trey Mitchell fourth, Evan Singleton in fifth, Brian Shaw in sixth. That's where we're at as of now, guys. And Shaw still win. 3 events to go. That's 30 points. Mitchell could get 1, 1, and 1. That's 28. Technically speaking, yes, Brian Shaw could still win. Logically speaking, no. In order for Brian to win from this position, let's see, he would need, okay, if you give him 30, actually, he can't. No, the answer is no. No. 10, 20, that's 34 and a half. No, he cannot win. Brian cannot win. If you give him 30 points, he's at 44. Or 20. Gosh, yes, he can't. Gee whiz. I've been looking at spreadsheets too long, and my ability to do math, which is usually great, my brain is fried. Blame the weather. Jeez. 24, 34, 44 and a half. Yes, Brian could still win. Um, Technically, the only person who can't win really is, well, actually they all still can. If you give Schoonwinkle 30 points, that's 35 and a half. The guys at the top could get very, very, first, second places or 10th places throughout. They would be out. So technically, we still got a contest here. But logically, I would say that if you're looking beyond this group of 20s, these boys have got some work to do. If you look past Trey Mitchell, right, there's a 7 point difference between fourth place and fifth place with 3 events to go. That's a lot of points. So I feel like, logically speaking, it's a 4 horse race right now. Hooper, Novikov, Stoltman, Trey Mitchell. Um, but that first event and that second event and that third event, tomorrow is important. Tomorrow is important. But the top of the pack has really pulled away from the bottom of the pack. I guess I'm done, guys. I don't feel like talking anymore. I'm exhausted. My throat hurts. I'm tired. I'm not making as much sense as I was. I'm done. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Everybody be safe.